with some of you why I actually chose it. So, I don't know, but anybody living in India, whether they're Hindus or they're Muslims or they're part of the Indian culture is the um, presence of two texts, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. If you look at it culturally, when you talk of our culture, which is there for both, every Hindu family aspires that the son should be like Ram and the daughter-in-law should be like Sita and etc. And the problems that we face because of the Mahabharata. And in every Muslim family, there has to be an ideal son who looks after the parents. There has to be an ideal daughter-in-law who's, who listens. So basically, that whole idea and the notion is very deeply embedded. Now, when we talk of the Mahabharata, the first thing that why I picked it up was, I was going to refer to this. What happened? चश्मा ही नहीं पहन पाएंगे क्या? Can everybody at the back hear me? No, maybe it's for the people online. Wait. Let me try it. I won't open my. Never mind. I'm okay. I'll settle. Just give me half a minute. Okay. So, I may not look very pretty, but it's okay. I am very pretty, I know. I'd like to look it also. I have no doubts about how I look, and I know that I'm not very pretty, but okay. Level 2. Yeah, that's true. I think, you see, I am so, she knows that. I'm the kind of woman who dresses for herself, feels happy about herself, is within herself, I'm totally feminist that way. And I do not care who thinks what. I mean, I'm very polite, I'm very proper, all that is fine. But you don't decide who I am. I decide who I am and what I enjoy. Okay, so now, let me just go through the story of the Mahabharata for you so that it's easier for you to understand what I'm going to talk. The original text of the Mahabharata was, okay, before this I want to tell you why did Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni decide to talk about Draupadi. In the book itself, in the beginning she says that when she used to read the Mahabharata, she was very, very upset with the way Draupadi gets treated. And throughout her reading, she continues to say that I saw Mahabharata as being full of some powerful women characters. Kunti, I forget her name. Kya ho gaya humko? Anyway, the Draupadi nahi, Gandhari. So there was Kunti and there was Gandhari, both strong women who were influencing. So Kunti's husband, King Pandu, could not have children. He was the ruler because he had been in some kind of space where he was. क्या श्राप देते हैं ना? उनको श्राप था that he can't have children. So Kunti took the step of talking to the gods or appeasing the gods, and then she chose her 5 children with 5 different strengths, right? And they become the Pandavas. And the other brother was blind. And his wife decided that she would cover her eyes and remain blind with him. Right? She took that decision. And a lot of decisions that the two of them, the couples would take, was also strongly pushed, the agendas were strongly pushed by the 2 women. So these were 2 women who were also there trying to push forward patriarchal norms. Not that they weren't, they were. And then there comes this poor Draupadi. And we'll come to Draupadi. And so when Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni, who says that the Mahabharata has such a strong message to give about power, about the politics of it all, about, the clash of the 2 clans. It has the Bhagavad Gita embedded within it, which is a complete text of Hindu wisdom. Not just Hindu wisdom, it's about karma. and it applies to everyone to understand what karma is. So, in the midst of it all, you have this one woman, and she actually felt when she read that Draupadi had not been given her due. And that Draupadi was she saw Draupadi as a very strong woman. A woman with a mind of her own, intelligent, very powerful, and pushing everything through the way she wanted it. And therefore, she decided to write this book called The Palace of Illusions. Now, the original Mahabharata comes from a text called Jaya, Jaya. Jaya signifies specifically spiritual victory. It's the original title of the Indian epic, the Mahabharata, and it was written by the sage Vyas, right? And later this text was renamed Vijaya, and subsequently it was named Bharat, and then it was named Mahabharata. That's how the Mahabharata moved. Now there is a reference to Draupadi as Panchali. She's called Panchali. Everybody believes that, and says largely, that she had 5 husbands. They interpreted that she had 5 husbands because of a certain chance, and therefore she was called Panchali. But that's not the first reason. She was actually the princess of a kingdom called Panchal. And she was the daughter of that kingdom, therefore she was called Panchali. It is also interpreted that she had 5 husbands. We'll come to the story, but these are terms I'm trying to clear out for you. Conceptually, terms should be clear. So Panchali is the princess of Panchal, which is an ancient kingdom. Her father's name was Drupad, and Panchali was born out of the fire. She was not born to a mother. Fire was her mother. She was born out of fire. So you can imagine what qualities she should have had. Now in this text, what is happening is, there's a term that I have used, you'll see, it's a feminist mythopoeia. What is a mythopoeial work? When you take mythology and fictionalize it, when you craft a unique artificial mythology, or you elaborate on an existing mythology within a fictional world, that's called a mythopoeia. That's what this book is. Now, then we come to the title, Palace of Illusions. So, what happened was that when King Pandu died, his blind brother, became the king. And so he gave the 5 Pandav sons, a place on the absolute border of the kingdom. And that's where they established their capital called Indraprasth. And in Indraprasth, the entire building of the Indraprasth was also moderated. And, Panchali Draupadi took a lot of interest in the building of it. And within it, it was created by an Asur. Asur means a demon king. And his name was Maya. The architect's name was Maya. And therefore, within the palace, there was one big hall in which he created a water body which looked almost like the floor. So if you entered, you could just think it's the floor and walk into it. That's what happens. Duryodhan actually walks into this, doesn't realize that there is water there, falls in. And she had presumably laughed when she saw that. That's why Duryodhan, the Kaurava's eldest son, decided to disrobe her in public because he felt insulted that Draupadi had laughed. And therefore this palace was known as the Palace of Illusions. The palace itself was called Maya, and it had this one hall. And in this hall, Duryodhan had this mishap where she laughed, and from where everything else triggers off. Now, having said this, we look at it as a story in which we are exploring the life of Draupadi, right? Her miraculous birth. Then you have the complex relationships she has with not one, 5 husbands. Her friendship with Krishna, who's a divine person or a presence. Her struggles against societal expectations. All of that is there. And the novel delves into themes of, you know, power, identity, gender roles. It highlights Panchali's resilience, her defiance. And once she is taken to the court and they try to disrobe her, she leaves her hair open and she tells her husbands that I will not tie my hair or comb it till the day that you take revenge. Irrespective of everything, she is not willing to compromise, even though the two families will fight and everything will end. She is not willing to compromise. She said, I was disrobed. Number one, she was against. You see, there was a game of dice played between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. And her husband lost her. She was against it. She protested, but he did. She never forgave him for that, but take your revenge. Number one, you should not have put me there. When you did, as if I was property, then now take revenge. So, all of these roles, but when you will look at the, I'll go, there are 7 chapters. And what I thought was I will briefly go through each chapter, telling you, detailing it, and then come to the themes, right? That's a better way to do it because easy for you to understand what happens. So the early life of Panchali, or her birth, is there. You will find that the novel begins with a birth from fire. So it sets her apart right from the beginning. She's different right from the beginning. She has a twin brother called Drishtadyumna. She has a twin brother called Drishtadyumna, and they live in Panchal, and she experiences love and loss. And her brother is her closest companion. And do not take it anyway, just keep it on the first page till I tell you to, all right? The PPT presentation should be on the first opening space. Do not come to the other point till I tell you. She has a very strong bond with her brother. About her marriage to the Pandavas, it is, what are they showing you? That will be it. You don't need to see more. You need to listen to me. All right. So what is happening is that there was a swayamvar for her. At that time, women could choose their own husbands, and there was some kind, even Sita, somebody had to pick up the bow of Shiva, which Ram did. Here, it was said that there was a fish which was rotating, and you had to pierce the eye. And therefore, everybody was present for a swayamvar, including Duryodhan, including Karna, and of course Arjun and the 5 brothers. It is Arjun who actually pierced the eye, and it is Arjun who won her hand in marriage. So when the boys go home, the mother is in prayer, and they call out to her, she's praying. And the boys say, the men, they're young boys when they're married, they say that, you know, we've brought something really nice. They tell the mother, come and see what we've brought. It's really nice. And she says from inside, share it. You brothers share it. Not imagining that it was a woman. But so she was compelled to, because it had been said, and because within the system, it had to be followed. So her marriage basically takes a dramatic turn when Arjun wins her in the swayamvar, and she's married to all the 5 Pandav brothers. And now this is a very unique marital arrangement. Very difficult for the woman to accept, because she actually liked Arjuna more than the others, but now she has to deal with 5 men. Now, the book also deals with what is important for her, how to manage these 5 men. Because she has been forced, number one. Number two, she has to navigate the complexities of having to, deal with the uniqueness of each husband. They have different personalities. They have different dynamics. What kind of skills would she have required as a woman to be able to make sure that she is with all 5 men and that she can control all 5 men, because she actually eventually does. All of them remain devoted to her, but she does. So then her happy life in her father's house, she now comes to Hastinapur, and in Hastinapur she experiences the grandeur of court life, and at the same time the simmering tension between the Pandavas and the Kauravas, the two groups of brothers. She witnesses political machinations, she witnesses power struggles, and she comes to a situation where ultimately there is war. There is the gambling match, there is the disrobing of her. That's a very pivotal moment in the story, the infamous gambling match, where the Pandavas lose everything. They lose Indraprasth, they lose their kingdom, they are banished, they lose her to the Kauravas. And then the Kauravas publicly humiliate them and attempt to disrobe her, and then they are banished. So there are sparks of outrage, and those sparks of outrage fuel revenge. But they are sent into the jungles. Now that's another whole, when I come to the chapter reading, then I will discuss how difficult it was. What skills of her as a woman do you see there? Does she just live in the jungle doing nothing like Sita did? No. She's very involved and a lot of things are happening. So then comes the Kurukshetra war. And the novel culminates in the epic war of the Mahabharata. It's a devastating conflict. The Pandavas and the Kauravas. You know all the story. Do you know how Krishna? The Pandavas' mother Kunti was related to Krishna. Krishna was the Yadava king. So when both the parties, the Kauravas and the Pandavas, went to Krishna to ask him that, will you fight from our side? So he was sleeping. And Duryodhan came and sat near his head. And the Pandavas sat near his feet. So when he opened his eyes, the first people he saw was them. And he says, yes, why are you here? And they said, we want you to be with us. And he said, all right, because he's promised them, so he couldn't say yes anything to Duryodhan. So at the feet of the Lord, you get his presence. You sit near his head, you think you're equal to him, you miss your opportunity. So the Pandavas eventually get victory, and that's how the story goes. But if you look at broad, I'm just giving you a broad outline, then I'm going to detail for you. If you look at the symbolisms in the novel, if you look at the kind of themes that are being explored in the novel, power and identity is a very important theme, extremely important. Her struggle in the book to find her place, to find her identity in a world dominated by men. It is a very closed patriarchal society. There are women agents who are perpetuating patriarchy. Within that system, here is this woman alone. Then gender roles, question, what are the traditional gender roles portraying Panchali as a very strong and independent woman, who actually defies societal expectations. She does that. She has a unique relationship of friendship with Krishna. Now it's often talked about, but I'll come to that. What was the kind of relationship that she had? One of the themes that is there is of fate versus free will. It explores the extent to which Panchali. She's not called Draupadi here, she's called Panchali in the novel. The extent to which Panchali's life is predetermined by fate, or is it shaped by her own choices? That's also an important point, because uh, she was born through fire, and a prediction had been made for her that she would be at the center of a very huge transformation that will take place in the world. That was a prediction made at the time of her birth. That's fate. And then the choices she made. Then the novel also delves into love and relationships, the complexities of love, of loyalty, betrayal, her relationships with her husband, her relationship with Krishna, and her admiration or her crush for Karna. Karna was the eldest illegitimate child of Kunti. So he was a brother of the Pandavas, the eldest, but she had to let him go. Now the Palace of Illusions, the title itself is symbolic, very symbolic. It refers to the illusory nature of reality, the illusion of reality, the deceptive nature of appearances. These are important things. The palace, they build it they build it as Maya only, as Maya Gaya, because it's built in Indraprastha and it's built as an illusion. So what does it suggest? It suggests, even in the text itself, because it's about spiritual victory, illusion and reality have to play a very important role in the text itself. So they suggest the fleeting, temporary, impermanent nature of the world, the impermanent nature of worldly possessions, the impermanent, illusory, fleeting nature of achievements. Everything, if you see, read the story, moves. So in essence, the Palace of Illusions is offering you a very fresh and insightful perspective of the Mahabharata, inviting readers to reconsider the roles and experiences of women in this ancient epic. And it's symbolic because it's referring to the illusory nature of reality, deceptive nature of appearances, and taking you towards. Now, if you're looking at the key aspects of the novel, the first is Draupadi's perspective. What's important in the novel is Draupadi's perspective. It's narrated by her. The story is narrated by her. It delves into her thoughts. It delves into her feelings. The motivations throughout the epic. The novel is challenging traditional narratives. It's centering the story around her instead of the war or the men. It challenges the patriarchal framework very strongly. It highlights the agency and resilience of women. We don't read it like that. When you read it, you're generally reading it as, this great epic for this. You're not looking at the women characters and having an insight into how resilient and what agency they had. She could do what she wanted to do in a way. So the themes explored in the novel are of feminist when you're looking at them, because it deals with women's struggles, it deals with identity of women, it deals with the impact of male dominance on women, it talks about a society where women's rights and freedom were already limited, but well within that limitation, how did women and strong women stand out? Why was Panchali so important? How did she turn the tide? So there is a reimagining of key events. The novel interprets major events from the Mahabharata, such as her marriage, the brothers, the dice game, the war, and the outcome of the war. Friendship with Krishna is a very important aspect of the novel also, because it explores her complex, and it was a very intimate relationship with Krishna, a divine figure in the epic. And here I would like to give you a take. You know, if you look at the text and you look at the interpretation that there is available in through multiple sources, Krishna used to call her Sakhi, and she used to call him Sakha, right? So, Draupadi, by virtue of being the daughter-in-law of his Bua's sons, she was related to him also. And he's a divine presence. Now, the beautiful relationship between Krishna and Draupadi is a relationship between a man and a woman, which has nothing to do with their being man or woman. They are like two equals. She could ask him anything. She could accuse him of anything. And at one point, it has been said that she asked him once that when I was being disrobed, why did you not come and save me? Why did you wait for me to call? And he turned to her and said, I am your friend. मैं तुम्हारा सखा हूँ. You called out to your family first. You called out to your grandfather-in-law, and you called out to all the elders, Vidur and everybody else. When they failed, you called out to your husbands. When they failed, then, and you had no resort, you turned to me and you said, Meri madad kar. It is only when you've called that I have come. Now think of it. When men and women share friendships, true friends stand by you, but only respond to you when you call. They don't butt into your business. See, the boundaries of friendship. How beautifully, and today when I have a lot of friends who are males and who are very important people who, in my life, they're friends. And people ask me, "Humne ka Mahabharat padho, Sakha Sakhi ka concept padho." There are men who are in your life who intellectually are your equals, whom you can talk to, you can share your ideas with them, you can share emotions, but the lines are drawn. The lines are clearly drawn. So all relationships have these borders. You realize what a Sakhi and a Sakha mean. So there is this whole, you have to understand this whole idea that for her, he was very important. He was the anchor. When there was nobody, she called out to him. And when she called out to him, the divine in him came up, and while her sari was being unrolled or taken off her, it continued endlessly, because he was standing right there to let it all be a continuous process. Nobody, Duryodhan tried, and there were others who tried, they couldn't disrobe. Because it's a moral story, it's also about looking at the divine as a friend. The divine is not something or someone you should fear. That a woman of her caliber who was born out of fire had a lot of divinity in her too. There was an aspect of her soul which had the divine presence. Agni is a devata, right? Fire was a god. And the divine elements in her and him, and the friendship between them, is beautifully explained by this Sakha and Sakhi concept. So Draupadi is, or Panchali is portrayed as a symbol of strength and defiance, strength, defiance, navigating challenges within the system with men in a deeply patriarchal society, and also societal expectations. The modern relevance of the novel is that it is set in ancient times, but the themes of female empowerment and the struggle of identity They resonate with contemporary readers to this day because every woman's struggle is just the same as it was for her. It hasn't changed much. Patriarchy is losing part of its um, power, but it hasn't lost it completely because we still are bound with these issues even to this day. So in essence, the Palace of Illusions is a powerful and very nuanced exploration of the Mahabharata, offering us a fresh perspective on the epic, its female characters, especially. Okay, Palace of Illusions. So now, if to talk to you a little bit about the book, you do realize that the book has been set in a world of mythic grandeur. There is a tantalizing human emotion which is predominant in the Palace of Illusions. It's a, and if you look at Divakaruni, it's a kind of a contemporary masterstroke actually uh, of contemporary storytelling. You can go back to your myths, you can redo them, you can bring it back, make them relevant in modern times, lessons to be learned about multiple things, about living as human beings, about relationships, about anxieties, about feelings and emotions and other things. So here you have the grand epic, the Mahabharata, and a totally new perspective through the eyes of a very fiery, intelligent woman. And what is she doing here? The narrative is actually questioning uh, all the time. Even though she's transporting you into a world which is ancient, you're going into an ancient world. And history, there's so much history there. Here is this very fiery, intelligent woman, and she's narrating the story. So she's telling you the story from her own perspective. And you are taken immediately into that realm. And when you're taken into that realm, that history begins to pulsate with a new life. Because here is a woman talking. Here is not a male narrator. A modern take, the writer and the character, the new perspective comes in. So then, what is it that they are questioning? What is it that Draupadi is questioning and Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni is questioning through her? She's questioning the perceptions of heroism, the perceptions of masculinities, the perception of duty, the perception of love. What is it? Has it changed? Is it the same? From ancient times to modern times. She's actually doing that. And then, as you will go through the halls and the beautiful courts and the spaces within the story, you'll be drawn into intimate tales of personal struggle. You will get drawn into divine machinations. You will be drawn into political intrigues. You will be drawn into epic battles. All of that will come. But all of it viewed from her eyes. So when you read the book, you will be immersing yourself into some kind of a very spellbinding retelling of the story, which not only reclaims a lost voice in the annals of time, but also resonates with universal themes. And it will leave you thinking about the essence of power and identity as a woman. I've told you that about Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, she's a very acclaimed author. Have you seen the movie Mistress of Spices? Try seeing the movie Mistress of Spices. It has Aishwarya Rai. And it's an interesting movie. If you can see Mistress of Spices, you must see it. If you want to see Namesake, you must see it. So Chitra Banerjee is actually a culinary historian. She's an author, she's a culinary historian. She actually documents, she's renowned for her rich, evocative narratives that intertwine the flavors of food with cultural and social tapestries of South Asia. She was born in Calcutta, in India. She grew up in a Bengali household, looking at all, and you know how Bengalis are, they cook all those wonderful stuff. And so here she is, born in Calcutta in India, educated at Harvard. Then she possesses this unique quality of blending traditional upbringing, very traditional upbringing in a Bengali household in Calcutta, to a very scholarly insight which she gets because she gets a Western education. That's unique about her. And her works include, of course, she's written something called Eating India. She's written The Hour of the Goddess. You know, she's very adept at weaving historical context with personal anecdotes. And in her work, you'll find that she captures the essence of the Bengali cuisine, food, culture, its profound emotional and cultural significance of food. You must see Mistress of Spices. It's amazing, that movie. But this is this girl who's selling these spices, and people keep coming to her shop, and the effect it has on people. It's a beautifully made movie. So she does meticulous research. Her prose is very lyrical. It almost sounds as if she's writing a poem instead of prose. She has carved out a very distinct niche for herself in contemporary literature, and she offers you a very delectable fusion of taste and storytelling. So read her more. So we've got 7 chapters. We are going to begin with the first chapter. The first chapter has to do with Draupadi's birth and early life in a kingdom of men. Right? Chapter 1, Draupadi's birth and early life in a kingdom of men. So I've already told you the story that she's born. In the novel, the birth of Draupadi is depicted as a kind of miracle, being born out of fire. Her father did this yagna, he prayed, and she was born. So it's a miracle the way she is born. So that symbolizes the powerful and transformative nature of her existence. I'm beginning to analyze. I'm not going to, you know the story, I've already told you. Now I'm beginning to analyze. So this is the analysis. The fact that she's born out of fire is nothing short of miraculous. Second, it symbolizes powerful and transformative nature of her existence. She doesn't emerge from a mother's womb, but from a sacrificial fire kindled by her father, King Drupad. And she steps right from there into the world of men. She steps right out from the fire into a world of men. And this, the world is dominated by men. And there are men everywhere. So this extraordinary inception, extraordinary way of inception, sets the stage for her destined path. What is it that she's going to be doing? This is not a usual woman, not an ordinary princess. Then she's surrounded by prophecies. And the prophecy declares that she will change and alter the fate of history. This is made at the time of her birth. The very flames that gave birth to Draupadi, they infuse her with an unusual kind of charisma, a strength, and indicating to us that her life will take a remarkable journey. She has to undertake that journey whether she likes it or not. She will have to. It's predicted. Therefore, the theme of fate versus will. It's fated for her, certain things. But her actions will become reasons for them to come to fruition. So Draupadi's, she's, then she is a baby, she grows up in this kingdom, and it's a kingdom which is where the norms set by men or the patriarchal norms are perfect and they reign supreme. She has a happy life, she is loved by her father, she has a brother she loves, she has great companionship, but then it's a world of men. And there are rigid societal expectations from the princess and from everyone. And so this growing up is actually defining a part of her identity. Identity formation takes place in the family where you're born, the rules of the family. You're brought up in a liberal family, you have a different take on things. Your personality and your identity becomes different. Whereas if you're looking at a patriarchal, very strong, conservative place, your personality could be of a different kind. So her early life is marked by struggle to define her identity. Because she, on and off, has this little protest now and then against the rigid and strong societal expectations. You know, the father has very exacting aspirations from her. The father's aspirations are very important, very exacting, because he is actually looking at her as a pawn to be used against Drona. The character of Drona. Drona is the teacher of the Pandavas and the Kauravas. There is a war. Actually, they were friends. You know, Drona and Drupad were friends. And then he had turned 4. So Drona was turned 4. And she grows up in a very royal household. She is enveloped in grandeur. She's surrounded by political intrigue. And you must remember that when the war takes place, Drona tilts towards the Kauravas. He doesn't stay with the Pandavas. Tilts towards the Kauravas. So she's constantly reminded about her dual burden. She's constantly told, she's made to understand that there is a dual burden on you to be the perfect princess and to fulfill the prophecy of divine consequence. Both things, that this is what you're fated to do, divine consequence that will come, and your will. So her upbringing is distinctive. Are you people, if you feel bored, just let me know. At the back, can you hear me? Don't lose, if you feel that you need a question to ask or something, feel free. So her upbringing is distinctive. She's instilled with knowledge. Her education is typically the kind which is reserved for princesses, but they have to deal with royal matters, so she's absolutely capable of understanding and doing that. She's very intelligent. Her intellect, her sharpness and inquisitiveness set her apart. This is all coming through in the story as it is narrated in chapter 1. She's a very inquisitive mind, very sharp, extremely intelligent. What I'm doing now for you is not telling you the story. I've told you the story. I'm interpreting the story as it is narrated in chapter 1. She's very inquisitive, and that sets her apart. She's a princess, she knows, and she's getting educated, but she's always seeking to, look at a different level. And it is positioning her, this aspect of her is gradually positioning her as a very enigmatic figure among the traditionalists who doubt women's capability for leadership, right? And valor. Here is a father who doesn't see her as being capable, but as a person, when she's narrating, her own inquisitiveness, her own intelligence, her own sharpness, her own strength, her own understanding of what is happening around her is there. It is established in chapter 1 that she has it all. But then she is existing within the framework of that one patriarchal system where her father doesn't see those qualities, and nobody sees it. Nobody is very worried about it. But she has it, the capability of leadership, of valor. Now, these attributes also become a source of internal conflict for her. She sees everything in her that Drishtadyumna would have, her brother, whom she loves very much. But Drishtadyumna is fated to become king. She's supposed to marry and go away, used as a political pawn. She knows sari marriages, all marriages in royal families take place not for love. They have political angles to them, and marriages happen because it's of convenience for kingdoms to come together. Abhi bhi hota hai. Badi families mein, the grand old families would want to marry into another grand old family. The businessmen marry into bigger businessmen families so that it all comes together. It's all about. Actually, marriages were like that, and they remain like that. If Jodha Akbar mein, Jodha was married to him for reasons which were completely different. The only political marriages, girls when they come along, they are meant to, in the patriarchal system, enhance the status of the father. So, these attributes that she has of intelligence, of curiosity, of inquisitiveness, of strength of mind, these attributes will become a source of very great internal conflict for her as a woman. And they will clash with the confines of the society that is seeking to define what women should do, simply because they are women and simply because of their married status, your marital status. You're unmarried, so you should behave this way. Now you're married, you should behave this way. She will question it, and it will emerge in the chapter that the societal expectations will press very heavily upon her as a woman. It will press very heavily upon her as a woman. And she's constantly reminded of the limitations and barriers prescribed by her gender. Because her relationship with Drishtadyumna, who's a twin, both equal, they're twins, but she will always feel that she's limited and that she's separate because of her gender. So Draupadi, she's always reminded of her limitations, always reminded of her barriers because she's a woman. Her beauty, intelligence, she's beautiful, extremely intelligent, a very spirited nature. They are both, remember this, they are both her armor and her curse. She's beautiful and intelligent. Even today, good-looking, intelligent women, it's a curse and an armor. You can protect yourself and still, it's a curse for you. Because if a good, intelligent woman does anything in her life, then she would have slept with the man. In the hierarchy that there is, if you're a woman in the system, I have faced it all the time. If I'm capable and I became the first woman, everything over a period of time, people would always say, हाँ रे उनका क्या है, मुस्कुरा देंगी तो वो, this will happen. You motherfuckers, do you understand and realize? Sorry, bleep it out. It doesn't happen because of that. You don't have to sleep with them. You are capable, you can do it. Times have changed, but you still say the same thing. And then women have to keep trudging. Women like me have trudged on and on and on and got every single position. Now you shut up and now they respect you. Because they realize you're getting it on merit. And because you're delivering, every time you're getting a position, you deliver. And when you deliver, they have to accept it. Then they stop saying it. Right? But to this day, it happens. It is not something that has changed. You go into a corporate sector, if your boss is good to you and you're pretty looking, you have to be really ugly and unnoticeable and insignificant and not well dressed and unpresentable for them to say, oh, she's a very nice worker. She's a very good worker. She can't be beautiful and intelligent together. If she is, you feel exactly what she's writing here for Draupadi is exactly what is happening with all of us. It's still happening. That within that framework, it is her intelligence and her beauty, which will both be her armor. Armor because she can protect herself because of her intelligence. And it can also be, beauty can be the curse. A beautiful woman being intelligent is the most lethal weapon. But largely hota nahi. The beautiful ones are not very intelligent. They succumb to male, the very beautiful ones will succumb to male attention and approval and acceptance, and that's the end of it. So her beauty, intelligence, or spirited nature are all, as I said to you, both a boon and a bane. But in the world which is looking at the subservience of women all the time, that's what it is. Even today, let's be honest. Subservience of women is of prime importance. And don't say that it is not of importance in foreign societies, very much so. America doesn't give you a woman president to this day, and probably will not in our lifetimes. It's always be the WASP, the white Anglo-Saxon person who's sitting in the middle. They were willing to give it to an Obama because he was a male, but would not give it to a woman. So every action of hers, every word she utters, every decision that she makes is scrutinized. And it is always weighed down by anticipation. It is weighed down by anticipation. Either she will blossom or she will fall from grace. Let me tell you a story here of a personal nature, relating it to a personal experience. क्या भैया पढ़ाते पढ़ाते समोसे कैसे खाएंगे? तो मेरे दांत ही गिर जाने हैं. क्या इतने अच्छे समोसे यार कभी तब खिलाना जब Sadaf, in the middle of this, how am I going to do it? हाँ ले लो. अच्छा अभी देते हैं. एक रुक जाओ. Let me just finish this. Okay, समोसा खाने का break मिलेगा. Okay, all of you. Let me just finish this. When I'm talking to you that everything is scrutinized and that people are waiting कि कुछ गड़बड़ करें, she'll fall from grace. You know, when I became the first woman, multiple things you were told. There came a situation in the university a few years ago where the vice chancellor, the boys had almost burnt off a room of the male proctor, and the vice chancellor was pleading with me to take the proctorship. I was a woman. And you know what he said to me? Very nice gentleman. And he said to me, I had held many positions earlier, including chief provost. I had expelled 225 boys from the university. I had gone to the court, kept them out. Many of them became ministers, so they all knew that I'm fearless. The lady with the sword. Here I come. And he was such a sweet man, he kept pleading. He said, you know, no male teacher is agreeing. Please take it. 50% of the bad boys will run away because it's you, because of your name. And the other 50 you can manage. And he pleaded and pleaded and pleaded. And his wife kept saying, please help, it's for the university. So I said, okay. Now when I was taking this decision of whether I'm going to be the first woman proctor, I've got this whole lot of boys, what kind of a leadership will it be? I was thinking about it. And I'm sharing this with you because it's very important. You'll face this in your life sometime. And then I thought to myself, who's going to stand by my side and help? And I said to myself, can you handle this alone with no male or female standing with you? Can you, Nishi, can you do this? And then it came to me, because I've been reading feminist literature and thought for years, take it up only if you can do it alone. Don't expect anybody else to be standing. And then I thought about it, and I thought about the strategy, how I would go about it, and then I said yes, and I did it. Right? But now look, the minute I took that decision, everybody is watching you and waiting for you to fall. Kuch garbad kare, and then the men will say, see, he made a woman. This is what has happened. Now, there are men who agree with everything, which is good, which is the kind of men we want on our side. Yeah, there are a lot of men who are feminists, and I love them very much. Sakhas, yes, to all the women they are sakhas. Okay, and then then when I did this, and then I thought to myself, if I fail, they will all say, look, it's a woman who messed it. And if I succeed, Will they give me the credit? No. Then the vice chancellor or somebody else will say, look, I made her I knew that she had it. I did it. But I had the sweetest vice chancellor on earth. He never ever, ऐसे ही सखा जैसे बेचारे थे, बहुत सीधे. He was a Marathi, and he never once said that I gave it to her. He did give it to me. I'm grateful to him for that. That he gave me an opportunity. I've had vice chancellors who gave me the opportunity, who trusted my strength. But there were men and hundreds of men on the campus waiting to see me fail. Right? So it's not very different from the Draupadi story. Now go and have your
सेव हो गया ना ये खुद ही
मैं हटाने गई, मुझे ऐसा डांट दिया, मैंने कहा हटाओ फिर भी बंद होगी कर देंगे.
So hello, welcome back. Let's get hold of everyone because हमारा तो सब time आप लोगों ने समोसा खाने में निकाल दिया, and then I have to, she is saying कि 4 बजे खत्म करिए, only half an hour. I'm not even halfway through my lecture. Okay, people, I'm going to begin, whether you're here or not. Welcome back. I need to discuss poor Panchali. All right. So I was in the process of talking to you people about dilemmas that women faced in ancient times and dilemmas that still exist. So coming to the second part, we were still on the second chapter and I have to rush through it now, but so this is the story of a birth. So there, she's very well aware at a very young age that there is a big, huge chasm between her own expectations from her own life, the way she would like to live it, and her aspirations, and the expectations from her that they remain. There is the prophecy hovering around omnipotently. Sometimes it guides her, sometimes it misguides her choices. So the awareness does not deter her from anything. It ignites a fierce resilience in her. It's important for you to understand that this conflict results in a more fierce involvement and a more resilient response. So her journey from a remarkable birth through the trials of her early life in a patriarchal kingdom, it encapsulates the perennial struggle between destiny and agency. The destiny of women and agency. So it sets the foundation for a life that will continually challenge the very notion of power, identity, and gender roles. Let's come to the next chapter, her marriage to the 5 Pandavas and the turning point. So you do know that her life takes a very significant turn. A number of suitors have gathered. Her swayamvar is an ordinary one, is not an ordinary one. And it involves an archery contest. You already know that. Draupadi ends up marrying not 1 but 5 men. You know that also. So the marriage reveals to Draupadi, it reveals Panchali to be more than just a symbol of matrimonial alliance. And she becomes a very pivotal figure in the extended familial and political drama of the Kuruvas and the Pandavas. Right? She's very much there. So her position is both revered, but her position is also questioned. Every Pandav brother has a distinctive relationship with her. Arjuna is different from Bhim, and Nakul Sahdev are different from Yudhishthir. So the unconventional marriage setup strains societal norms and expectations. This is something you need to know. It leads to a life that is filled with multifaceted roles and terrible challenges. But you have to understand that here is a woman who struggles with 5 men. You can't struggle with 1 man, let alone 5. Not easy. And what level of intelligence and insight would she be having into human nature that she's able to handle them? So her evolving role in the Pandavas' household and the kingdom is very significant. She exercises extreme diplomacy so that the 5 brothers remain happy. 1 woman, 5 men. Look at the level of diplomacy, tact, to maintain a kind of harmony among her husbands, each of whom has individual aspirations, each of whom has individual characteristics. And she becomes more than just an influential wife. That's the important part. She's not just an influential wife. She turns into a strategic advisor and a confidant for each man. She contributes meaningfully to the intricate political intrigues of the palace. She's not just a simple woman. Her marriage provides her status, privileges. It demands profound personal sacrifices. Her ability to assert her individuality while balancing the responsibilities. You know, five mighty warriors. It highlights her inner strength. It highlights her sharp intellect, managing a relationship with each of these men. And here she is in a web of relationships, emotional and societal expectations. It also reflects and shows you about her adaptability and her resilience. Excellent qualities in her. And the period after her marriage, it's marked by very significant events that shape the course of the epic. The building of the building of the palace, and Draupadi's presence in the life of the five men acts as a catalyst for many pivotal decisions and actions. Many pivotal decisions and actions. And she is very judicious. She steers her husbands away from, when they have to be taken away from the kingdom, she steers them carefully. She positions herself as a very formidable player, extremely formidable player. Overall, her marriage to the five brothers is not the union of individuals. They're having nice. Okay. Her marriage to the five Pandavas is not a union of she's not married to one individual. She weaves her destiny with an entire dynastic lineage. Her son Abhimanyu dies in the war. She has children from all the brothers. She loses them in the battle. So she's not an ordinary woman. And she has married an entire lineage. She's embroiled, this lineage is embroiled in a larger cosmic play of power. There's loyalty. There is retribution. Her role extends beyond that of a conventional wife. It showcases a lot of her multidimensional characteristics. She's and all of that significantly impacts the epic. A significant impact. Both as an individual, as a queen, instrumental in sustaining the unity and integrity of a family. She holds the brothers together. She doesn't let them drift apart. Now, chapter 3, the illusion of power and the palace of Indraprastha. So, I've already told you about this, how this palace was made, and she had contributed immensely in the building of the palace. She embodies a powerful modern woman trapped in an ancient patriarchal reality. She's constantly struggling for recognition, for autonomy, while being a cornerstone of her husband's domain. That's her. Many key decisions and strategies during this time mark her, they bear her mark. She demonstrates profound understanding of politics and human nature. That's important. This chapter points to all of that. But she's looking for recognition. She's looking for autonomy, the freedom, and still remains with the husbands. One of the most striking elements of this period is her Draupadi's duality of role. On one hand, she is the queen. She is the figurehead of power and elegance. Her presence is commanding. Her judgments are, wise. She manages the affairs of the palace deftly. She manages the entire palace because she is the queen. She showcases her leadership. And on the other hand, she grapples with the illusion of this very power. She has this power, but then she's grappling with the illusory nature of this power. She's acutely aware of the tenuousness of her position, the inherent deception that there is that comes with the influence she has. If you're a very influential person, you should be ready for deception. Anybody can deceive you. Modi ji is very powerful, but the intrigues within the party will be always there, right? So She has a very strategic mind. That is reflected here in this chapter. And many key events are there which speak out about this. The counsel that she gives during political negotiations is important. She counsels all her husbands and people. Her ability to maneuver through courtly adversities with grace and acumen, that's very important. So the deceptive nature, metaphorically, of the palace aligns with her experiences. So the palace of illusions is the place where she lives. For her, in her experience, the whole experience is that of illusion and reality. It's the palace of illusions for her too. But within that, she's working as a woman, as a strong woman with a mind of her own, within the parameters fixed for her. She's still looking for agency, looking for the way in which she would be able to have her way. So, despite the majestic facade, there's political maneuvers, there is hidden agendas, there is manipulation. You know, she has to be constantly vigilant. Think of a woman who has to live her life constantly vigilant on at every sphere. Husbands, mother-in-laws, the courtly matters, politics. She's just a woman who just has to be aware. That's how she is negotiating, and that's how she's been portrayed in this chapter. Now, taking you to chapter 4, the humiliation and the repercussion, the dice game. So the grandeur of the palace of illusions, I've told you, the rising power of the husbands and her rising power, and the game is orchestrated by Duryodhan, and who's anyways, very spiteful of his cousins. And the lure of the game pulls the eldest Yudhishthir, who's the more the man of dharma, right? And he plays that game. He, the connivance of the uncle Shakuni, Yudhishthir loses everything, loses his king. He goes into a destructive spiral. Yudhishthir goes into a destructive spiral, and that catastrophe changes their lives forever. So he will keep high stakes. He will lose his kingdom. He will also have nothing to offer. So the most devastating act of it all was to put your wife on, gamble on your wife. And the loss of Draupadi, he loses her. She, a human being waged and lost like mere property. Terrible. Nothing like this ever happens. It happened then, it happens now. Women are sold even today. Trafficking takes place even today. It also takes place in many families where women are forced by their husbands to give sex to their friends or to people, etc. There was a huge case in France, go to the net and search, where a man drugged his wife over 25 years and sold her and had men have sex with her. And the poor woman didn't realize it till the daughter came to know. It's a very famous story. You must go to the net and think of it. Your husband for 25 years has used you and sold you to hundreds of men online who came and had sex with you in rooms, and you were drugged out and have no realization of it. So Draupadi, her loss was human. She was wagered. She was treated like property. She was led to an unparalleled level of humiliation, where you are disrobing her, dragged by her hair into the court. The court scene that follows is the most harrowing that there can possibly be. That's the most iconic moment. Draupadi, she maintained her dignity and strength always, finds herself subjected to public humiliation. She cries out. And Duryodhan commands that she be disrobed. Come and sit on my thigh, she's told. And she stands in the court, very vulnerable but very defiant. She delivers a powerful and heartbreaking kind of plea for justice. She addresses the court. She questions the legality and morality of the dice game. She's questioning everything. In the entire epic, she's the one who questions. Here also she questions. She demands to know if her husband had any right to wager her. How could you do it? Who gives you the right? She looks at her she looks at Vidur, she looks at Bhishma, the older generation. The foundations of morality, who made the foundations of morality in this world, in this male dominated world, she asks them, she says, how could you do this? How can you sit here and let this happen to me? And then, and they can't do much, husbands can't do come, then comes Krishna. And then Krishna's divine intervention saves her from completely being disrobed. The divine cloth extends endlessly, protecting her dignity, showcasing her unwavering devotion to Krishna. You know, he is signaled to be her ultimate protector also because he has divine powers. So who ultimately, even for women to consider, where does it eventually come from? Divinity is within you, we say in modern times. Where does the power for your protection come from? Within you. Krishna is the Sakha within you. That's what the Mahabharata says. And here also, you know, he comes in. He's a friend. He's not even related to her. He doesn't even question. Why should I help you? How should I help you? He just helps her. So the dice game's aftermath is very emotional. There's social repercussions. She's humiliated. And you know, the sparks of vengeance in the Pandavas happens. Her disgrace sows the seed for the battle of the Mahabharata. You know, they are very, so here they are vulnerable, then they are banished from the kingdom. So now she has to go away from the kingdom. Now this event separates Draupadi from the illusion. It was a very harrowing experience. So the illusion of the palace, the grandeur of the palace, the illusion of power, the illusion of wealth, the cruel ironies of fate, the illusory nature of material power, everything is taken away from her. She will go and live in the jungle with her husbands anonymously. Her integrity, her intellect, her righteous wrath, anger, sparked by her public humiliation. It transforms Draupadi into a prominent figure of defiance and fortitude. She'll become someone different. She'll give up everything. Open her hair, no jewelry, nothing. Simple clothes, banished. So the dice game serves as a cataclysmic reminder to the Pandavas and to the world of the costs that come with blind trust and unchecked ambition, setting the stage for retribution and justice. Teaches you. You can't do it. If you do it, then you pay for it. Chapter 5 talks about exile, right? So there is a path of exile and redemption. There's a significant chapter in the life of Draupadi and the Pandavas. They are dishonored and stripped of their kingdom. They go to the forest. She has an indomitable spirit. And they retreat to the forest. She is the pillar of strength of her family. She sets up home in the forest, cooking for them, looking after them. Despite the extreme conditions and the grief of her past humiliation, she refuses to get broken. She can't be broken, she refuses to get broken. And she will make sure that the men come together, they stay together, and that she will retain the family structure. That's what she keeps doing. So, relentlessly determined, she serves as the bedrock on which the Pandavas will eventually rebuild their hopes and strategies for the future. You know, her time in the forest is marked in this chapter. Her time in the forest is marked by a series of encounters with other characters. It contributes to her growth and it contributes to her transformation. She crosses paths with sages, with warriors, with ordinary folk, Each interaction will hone her understanding of human nature, human condition, of fate, of justice, of injustice. She'll meet all these people. Here's a woman who's growing from her experience, holding the fort together. And among these encounters into her tumultuous life, she questions him and he talks to her about why her life is the way it is. It's a deep philosophical piece there where she talks. These moments of enlightenment for Draupadi allow her to reflect on her past. Her past experiences, the prophecies surrounding her destiny, ultimately preparing her for the trials ahead. Don't worry, I'll finish in 10 minutes. Stop. Hello, you didn't start at 2. What time did she start? 2:20. That's my student I'm attacking. I have 10 minutes. I'm looking at my watch. Okay. The story is important. The slides will run fast. Slides can also be shared with you. So so what happens is, she's getting ready for the trials ahead. She's going to lose her sons. There's going to be a huge battle. Right? She's getting ready for that. Isolation of exile. She continues to exert her influence and intellect. She encourages the Pandavas to remain united. She tells them to be resilient. She reminds them of their duty to reclaim their rightful place. She reminds her wit and wisdom are evident as she helps them to devise strategies and maneuverings of how they will win the battle. So her role extends far beyond traditional expectations of a wife in a patriarchal society. It is also the time for preparation and introspection for Draupadi and the Pandavas. And as they embark on various quests, many things are there, they have various experiences. Arjun goes and teaches dancing dressed as a woman in one king's, there are multiple stories. If you're really interested, you can get into it. But then they are having a very difficult time. And there she is. So Draupadi's resilience and support will play a very crucial role in the return and the decisive war of Kurukshetra. Her relationship with each of her husbands deepens. They build on mutual respect, built on shared adversity, and it solidifies the bonds that are essential when battles have to come. Her personal growth is remarkable. From a woman consumed by the immediate desire for justice, I'll never comb my hair, she transforms into a person who thinks about retribution, to one who understands the broader implications of dharma. She moves from there to think about righteousness, of duty, her destiny. Her resilience transforms into a quiet strength, and her sense of justice matures into a balanced perspective and considers the greater good of people. And as the period of exile draws to a close, the anticipation of the great war is looming large. Draupadi stands as a testament of endurance, righteousness, embodying the lessons learned through their arduous journey, the loss of power, the loss of wealth, leaving the kingdom, everything, living in poverty, abject poverty. So the exile period in the Palace of Illusions is not merely a time of suffering, but a crucible that forges the characters, especially that of Draupadi. And it converts her into a formidable force for the manifestation of her destiny. Her strength, her resilience, her wisdom become the guiding light for the husbands, lays the groundwork for the eventual quest of justice. And then you come to chapter 6, the Great War and personal vendetta unfolds. So you know about the Great War. I don't need to go into details because I need 5 minutes to do my slide. The war itself is relentless. There's a tide of bloodshed and so many people died, and everything happens. The Gita is also spoken there. Krishna appears. Everything is there. But it was an arena where years of animosity was settled. Long-standing injustices were addressed. She witnessed the heartbreaking loss of her beloved children. A grief that a mother should not have to endure, but she did. Every death of every son. We only know of Abhimanyu, but there were others who died. They struck her with renewed sense of sorrow and thirst for justice. In the midst of all this palpable anguish, she is constantly reminded of the cyclical nature of vengeance. The death of her brother dies, Drishtadyumna. The Upa Pandavas are also killed. So she is left very devastated, transforming her agony into a very poignant determination to see the end of the Kauravas. Not because they disrobed her, but because of the larger injustice. So she's looking at it now, transformed into the path that she's taken of righteousness. So of course, the vendettas were not from Kurukshetra, were not limited to Draupadi alone, but Arjun's desire to avenge Abhimanyu's death is important. They were rightfully wanted the war to bring them justice, to get back their kingdom. So there are lots of acts of heroism and cruelty there. Coming to the last chapter is the reflections and legacy of a queen. That's how she's structured it. So she reaches the twilight of her life and she begins to reflect deeply on the tumultuous journey of her life, marked by incredible high and devastating lows. Her miraculous birth, her distant memory, which is now a distant memory, she hardly remembers that. But she ponders the prophecy that had shaped her destiny since that very moment. And you know, she brought it on herself. You know, they say karma. When she was young, she would always imagine a man who was good looking and brave and dharmic, etc. So she had, no one man could have all the qualities. So she manifested all the qualities of a good man in 5 men. She had thought it. She wanted that. And they say in Hindu thought and even in Buddhism, they say, you make of your life what you think about it. If you think this is what you'll become, that's what you become. You're wanting 5 husbands, you're wanting not 5 husbands, 1 husband with 5 qualities, no one man has it. So there you are, manifest 5 men. You get them all. That's what happened with Kunti. Kunti also wanted a brave son and this son and that. So the various gods said, all right, here we are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, you know, she was born to change the course of history. That plays out. She grapples with the heavy burden of the life's events. Reflecting on her relationships, Draupadi recognizes the profound complexities of marriage to the 5 men in this section. Initially, she's bewildered in the relationship, and subsequent camaraderie, how she builds it up with each man. She cannot ignore the sorrow. She has bonds with each of them. She cannot ignore the sorrow that tainted these relationships. Betrayal in the dice game, then the emotional distance that crept into the marriage because of her relationship with her husbands. You know, like Yudhishthira is someone with whom she could never be easy. Then how could you do it? And you were the one who was propagating dharma. You lost me in a bet. So through it all, she remains a very strong figure, wondering if resilience is a manifestation of the fire she was born with. Was she resilient because she was born out of fire? Is that it? She thinks about it. Was I born out of fire, therefore this is it? She considers her role in the grand politics of Indraprasth, the grand war of Kurukshetra. You know, the palace of illusions, her contribution during the war, the loss of her sons. The emotional landscape of Draupadi is riddled with scars from numerous battles, external and internal. Yet her reflections are not solely steeped in sorrow. You know, there is a sense of growth. There is a sense of understanding. I am responsible. This is happening. There is a sense of growth and understanding that comes from a long journey. And Draupadi, therefore, her thirst for vengeance, then the sorrow, then the pain, then the understanding, all of that comes together. Kuch aur hai. Okay, so she acknowledges her strength, she acknowledges her wisdom, she acknowledges her her unwavering fight for dignity and justice. In the chapter, in the last days of her life, Draupadi embraces a broader philosophical view. She sees her life as a testament to the struggles of countless women who navigate through a patriarchal world. Her story through ancient times carries the modern implications. The quest for respect, the quest for equality, the sheer resilience of the human spirit, especially women. She understands that her legacy is not confined to her immediate actions, but it is extended through the timeless narrative of the Mahabharata, and it will inspire generations to reflect on the deeper questions of destiny, justice, loyalty, love, all of that, power, and that is the tapestry of life. So Draupadi's, in the 7th chapter, her journey symbolically ends where it began, with the fire. The fire represents not just the beginning, but also purging. You know, fire purges you, it transforms you. It purges her and transforms, its transformative essence. The purging and transformative essence of her entire existence. And as she leaves the mortal world, Draupadi's legacy endures eternally, leaves an indelible mark on history and the hearts of those who learn of her trials and tribulations and triumphs like us. That's how the story goes in 7 chapters. Let's go to the PowerPoint presentation, please. I will rush you through it's nothing fancy, we've discussed it all. इसीलिए उसको end में ला रहे हैं, because to do every point and give you the explanation without you knowing the story, that's why I decided to go chapter by chapter, so that it's a little more. Okay, have you got it first? All right. So let's look at the first slide. It says the plot is derived from the Bharati epic Jaya. I've talked about it, with special emphasis on the tale of Draupadi, who prefers to call herself Panchali. The novel provides an insight into Panchali's perspective on negotiating her way through the patriarchal power nexus that operates around her. An interesting feature of the narrative is that it explores the power dynamics that operate between women when they act as agents of patriarchy. Reference to Gandhari and Kunti. An alternative aspect of Panchali, where she is in love with Karna and her friendship with Krishna, is also explored. So when a Swayamvar is happening, she likes Karna. He's not able to pierce the eye, but she had this little thing for him. An alternative aspect of Panchali, where she is in love with Karna and a friendship with Krishna, is also explored. The novel is a feminist mythopoeia. I've talked to you about it. An alternative mythology provides a different take on the well-established myth of the Mahabharata. Next, please. I've given you fancy pictures from some Mahabharata serial. So the main characters, the novel is it's a contrapuntal reading of Mahabharata with focus on the characters which were not in decisive roles. All these characters are there, but they're not in decisive roles for the majority of the episodes. So a recent televised portrait of the legend might also provide insights if you want to see it. Draupadi is there. Strong, complex character. She symbolizes resilience and power. We've got Karna, his loyalty and tragic fate. Loyalty to Duryodhan. Illustrate the nuances of friendship and duty within the epic. Bhishma, representing sacrifice. He embodies the conflicts between love and duty in the narrative. Gandhari, her blindness reflects the theme of perception, highlighting the emotional depth of her character. She so loved her son that she's absolutely blinded to everything else in the world, even to what was right and wrong. Kunti, a mother figure, her decisions greatly impact the fates of her sons and their relationship. First she got all 5 of them, then she said Bantlo. Virtually, you know. And all of that happens. Can we go to the next? All right, the connection of Mahabharata to Mahabharata mythology. In the Palace of Illusions, Devakaruni intricately weaves the narrative threads of the Mahabharata, providing a fresh perspective on its characters and events, particularly through the lens of Draupadi's experiences and emotions. I've already done this with you. I've developed the characters. I've just put it here together. The novel reimagines Draupadi as a strong, complex protagonist instead of a docile woman who accepts the treatment meted out to her as fate. No. She takes decisions within the fate she has. She resents her father for his partiality against her. She wishes to learn martial arts. She aspires to have freedom in her own palace. She ridicules the idea of the swayamvar but goes ahead with it. During swayamvar, she exercises her authority to choose a husband. She resents and challenges the notion of marrying 5 men when she chose only one. She finally fulfills the dream of having a palace of her own when she actively participates in the construction of the palace of illusions at Indraprasth. In the dice game, she refuses to be pawned by her husband. Despite knowing the cost of life and her loved ones, she refuses to forget or forgive the perpetrators of her humiliation. She knows she may lose husbands and children. You can't disrespect a woman like this and get away with it. Justice has to come at any cost I have to pay, I will do it. That's her strength, her resilience. She continues to retrospect, despite all of this, she will retrospect and tries her utmost to preserve her esteem at all the junctures. Right? Next. Major thematic concerns: identity, gender, destiny, power, transformation, all of this. Will you not share these with them? Will you share the PowerPoints with them? No. I can request, if you all want, you all can take a PowerPoint from her if you want. So I've talked about all of these, so I don't need to go into that. Finally, Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, where she is, her details, her works, you can have a look. And with that, I'll come to an end of my session. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions. I will take it whatever Sadaf may say. I'm bang on time, I'm just foot. All right, any questions? Don't be such good children. Ask a question. Is there a question? Yeah, in the name of tutorial, I've hardly had any tutorial. I mean, they've not asked any questions and I've just been talking about the topic. I hope this novel gives you an idea and a perspective of how myths can be used for tracing issues like this. And women of the diaspora, they think a lot more about our roots, our traditions, our, the Mahabharata as an epic. They are drawn more and more to our cultural matrix than we are when we live in it. Yeah, they do that. They do. Yeah. So what is happening is our cultural understanding or the cultural understanding they have of their own culture, and then the Western prism. They're looking at it from the Western prism. Now what is happening in the world is, let me say this to you, and in India, before I leave, it will be wrong if I don't say this. When we talk of feminism, we can't use a Western prism for Indian feminism. Women in villages with so much of ghungat have strongly opposed the patriarchy. My friend and I, who were both Fulbrighters, we have taken up a project in which we are working on multiple feminisms, and we are mapping it in the villages of Uttar Pradesh. Very traditional women, bahut feminist, bahut hi feminist. Who do you think Bhavari Devi was?
People get confused that if a woman is, if someone is feminist, then she should not follow like any of the
No. In our culture, you have to understand that in our cultural context, you follow your cultural beliefs. Perfectly all right. What is feminism? Feminism is speaking up for what is wrong, for the truths to come forward, for understanding that you have the rights that other men have. What is feminism? Doesn't mean that you have to wear a pant and a shirt and you have to burn the bra and carry this. That's the West. That's the way they are. We are not like that. We dress the way we dress.
We can have our own version of feminism.
That's what I'm saying. All Indian scholars have to begin to think. All Indian scholars have to begin to think about the existing. You have to work on Indian feminism. Indian feminism will have multiple models. We've had women who resisted and resented and fought for generations. For generations. But what happens is we only look at them as feminists if they are fitting the parameters for feminists set down by the West. I'll give you a story before I end. My mama, गांव में रहते थे, मतलब one of my mamas, नहीं नाना थे, मामा नाना थे, my mother के मामा थे. तो हम लोग गांव जाते थे. When we went to the village, his wife was not educated. She was a wonderful woman. He had a big, huge zamindari. And mommy she was so wonderful. She was a beautiful woman, very strong. The entire village used to come to her. The women would come. We were asked to books खत्म होती हैं at the end of the year. तो जो pages बचे हैं, stitch them, make them into books for the poorest kids, make something woolen. We would take it to the village. She was always looking after people, families, because she was the wife of the zamindar. And then the evenings, what used to happen, my mama used to have like a darbar. So the zamindar sahab will sit here, and people from the village will come and ikattha ho jaye, right? And then they'll say, Sahab, we don't have this, we don't have that, this is happening or that is happening. And then he would dispense, all right, you will get this, you will get that. My mama used to sit here, you are the darbaris on the people, and mommy used to stand there. Outside the door, this much in a ghungat, face covered, right? This much. And every time he had something to say, he would look at her. If she said yes, it was yes. If she said no, it was no. That's power. That's power. That's a Draupadi who has put you to a situation where you know that. And why? Because the men were lying to him. They will say, oh, I need the money for this and that. She would know because the wives were coming to her. So she knew the true story. She was already supporting the wives. So the kind of advice she could give. She was such a feminist. She decided what would be done with us, children, everybody. She didn't have to throw her ghungat off and run around. She controlled her husband. Why? Because she was intelligent, sharp, quick-witted. She had an insight she had control over the power structures. She knew what to do. She knew how to give him good advice, wisdom. So that's something for you to think about. Thank you all very much. It's been a great pleasure and an honor to be with all of you. Take a question. Jaldi se bol do. Bolo, 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 bolo. कोई बात नहीं. कल मैंने 7 बजे तक पढ़ाया था. तुमने हमको देर से दिया था.
Good evening, ma'am.
Today the foreign scholar can wait a little.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
My question is,
Question is gone in the photograph. Huh? Okay.
my question is that Draupadi, despite being married to 5 men, was relatively extremely close to Krishna, as if he knew her heart. And is it because there was a divine relationship between them, and how relative it is in the life of an ordinary woman?
See, you may have a man who's very brave. You may have a man who talks of karma. You may have a man who's like Bhim and can kill anybody. You can have a Nakul and Sahadev who are very emotional and sensitive. You may still need a man at an intellectual level, can't you? You may still need a man who may understand the spiritual movings of your soul. That's Krishna. The friend always fills in. You don't know, there's no reason for friendship. It is there. So to add it, what was it? Obviously there was something that was not there. It was something over and above which was not within the husbands, which she sought in him. Were the husbands talking of philosophy? No. Were the husbands talking about her greater need to have an understanding? No. How does she grow? Her interactions with Krishna move her towards that point where she is able to understand retribution, understand justice. She is able to grow spiritually. Not to have the bitterness of jealousy that, now I'm going to set you right because you've done this to me. But a larger understanding of life and you need friends for that. You need a guide. That's Krishna. Yes. Khatam. All right, okay. Yes, absolutely, you do. 1 minute. लड़कियों को लगता है कि जैसे ही शादी हो जाती है, the minute we are married, you don't look at anyone, I will not look at anyone. You don't talk to anyone, I will not talk to anyone. I need my freedom, but you don't need your freedom. Hello? He will meet 50 women, he will talk to them. You have not built your relationship strong enough. Panchali was there with Bhim all the time, yet Bhim went and married 2 other women. They did, and she accepted it. And she still had a cordial relationship with him, because then marriages were allowed. But now what has happened with women? We want one man, one woman. Because we are not willing to compromise. But we are willing to flirt with a colleague. Do you draw the lines? Why are you flirting with a colleague? You don't want a jealous husband, but you want to be a jealous wife. You don't control me, but you tell me where you're going. What are you doing? Whom are you talking to? Hello? So women have come to a point where they do not understand that they must understand where is your understanding of relationships. Do you think you're so perfect that you fulfill everything that your husband wants? No. No. There will be respect his relationship. If you'll respect it, you may find that nothing happens. Your jealousy, what was it that she was doing, that 5 men? And she was happy. They asked her before they married those women, by the way. And she agreed. She said, yes, absolutely, marry. None of them, kept her in the dark. She's the one who may have even said, it's good for you to marry this woman because this king will support us in the war. That is there. Good. And she allowed him to marry. He married 4 or 5. He married 4 or 5 times. He did. Are we done? Before she comes in, kicks me out. It's been a great pleasure and an honor to be with all of you. Have a good session. You have 2 more days to go. And Sadaf will always have my number. So if any of you feel on a personal level that you'd like to communicate, feel free. Some of you like my number, I can just give it. 80098 40424. 98 40424. You want a research proposal, or you want to discuss something and an idea you want, feel free. Don't call me, I'll kill you. WhatsApp me and say, I'm so and so, need to talk to you, I'll talk to you. Right? 80098 40424. Professor Nishi Pandey, that's it. Thank you, see you all, good luck. Oh, if I sit here, then will you take it? Send me the picture, that's all set. Everyone come back.
Everyone, please sit.
Come and sit here. Our teachers are in. Don't fight. Oh, then go back. I think the best thing is everybody sit down. Teachers sit here, you stand on the chair and take a seat.
Yeah.
Because
sit.
that's the organizational skills. 40 years of international conference organization has taught me. Sit. Everybody will come. आप कुर्सी पे खड़े रहिए. चप्पल खोलिए पे खड़े रहिए. And we all come. एक यहाँ पे बैठो. हमारे teachers are coming. Your teachers are coming. And I need to use my lipstick. I'm vain, my dear. I know it is intact, but I've eaten a large part of it. People used to tell me, oh, how can you repair your lipstick in public? I'm like, excuse me, this British courtesy of you. Like, So now I'll be going back and then I'll be designing a course to train the teachers. Because teachers are not trained for things like using हम ही नहीं trained है. If you ask me to, I can't. PPT भी चलाई और ये भी करिए. I hate doing it because I'm an integer person. I need somebody to do it. But thankfully I'm of a generation, I'm on my way out. But the younger ones have to learn it. If they don't learn it, it will not happen. So all of that has to happen. Are they coming or they're not? Oh, I think you're he will sit there. Yeah, we're supposed to sit here. Are you? Oh, hello. How are you? Good. How are you? We must meet you. You have to. My chair. Yes, sir. यहाँ बैठे हम इधर बैठ रहे हैं. यहाँ बैठे हैं. अरे मेरे बगल में बैठे हैं आप यहाँ. वो लखनऊ से हैं. इससे मिलने को लखनऊ. इससे मित्रता जाता है. हाँ, इससे सखा है. आप बैठिए. तो यहाँ बैठिए. आइए. हेलो हेलो हेलो. चप्पल खोल के. आपने जोश का नाम सुना होगा. जल्दी बोलिए. One of his couplets. बैठ गए. तो निकल उनका जोश मध्यवादी का शेर है. तुम कितने तुम बखू हो. बता रहे बिना खड़े हो. पीछे के बच्चे नहीं आए. हाँ, बच्चे आ जाए. बच्चे बैठ जाए. यहाँ से पहले बैठ जाए. Sit down, sir. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Everybody look here. देखिए आपकी फोटोग्राफी को हमने बेहतर बनाया. टीचर का यही काम है. हम लोग यूनिवर्सिटी में बच्चे होते 200 बच्चे. हम यहाँ बैठते हैं. यही करते हैं. मैं उसको अगर तुम ऊपर चले जाओ हम लोग नीचे बैठते हैं. जाओ मुझे नहीं जाने में. मुझे तो मुझे पता है. वो सबसे अच्छा है. जिससे आप आएंगे ऊपर चढ़ते और जब कोई लखनऊ जाता है मुझे होमसिकनेस शुरू हो जाती है. अगर सब चक्कर ना होता. मेरे को सही करना. मैं तुम्हें एक-एक घंटे दे दूँगी. हम लिए जाके बात करना. जरूरत नहीं तो हम तुम्हें जब चाहिए होगा किसी को कहोगे हम साइन करके देंगे. ठीक है. आप just take it. हाँ मैं अपना नंबर है. I will.
अरे यार अभी देखते हैं यार कितना लंबा काम है ये. स्क्रीन टाइम बढ़ाना है.
My friend. You're my first friend in Aligarh.
हेलो हेलो अरे इसको रहने दो लो चल गया आपने सब बंद करा हेलो हेलो
Just like this. But you'll have to tell me that the sound is the way it should be. Not not too loud, not too. Huh? Oh, it's comfortable for me, but people should be able to hear me without it getting. You want me to speak? They have to switch it on, right? Try करें. They are ready to try. My hair is so skimpy and thin. It's going to fall off. I feel it's very loose. And the sound? The sound, you let me know. Huh? She has to tell me when. Okay, all right. And if it's the sound gets too much or too little, tell me. Okay, I mean, even in the midst of what I'm saying. Okay? Yes, I think so. I think so. She adjusted. I'm ready. I know. I know that's okay. I think so. I think so. Tell me, and uh, five, take 1 hour and 1 hour still. Is it okay? The students won't die of exhaustion. All right? ठीक है? Ah, oh, okay. 1 hour, right? 1 hour. Um, can we begin now? Can all of you hear properly? Okay? And if at some point you can't, raise your voice or shout or say something so we can make some adjustments. Okay, lovely to be here again with you. It's a real pleasure to see you all again. So today, unlike yesterday when it was all theoretical stuff, we'll do a little fun things. Okay, mostly in the second half. Regardless of what my boss here says, I'm going to show you some images also, photographs that I have taken that I want you to see that will reinforce some of the things I've said. But I'm hoping that this is going to be far more vibrant and lively and less boring than theoretical narration of concepts in diasporic experience. Okay, so today I am going to focus on, I don't know what the formal paper says, the diasporic women in East and South Africa in the first hour, okay? Now, before I begin specifically talk about the diaspora of in East Africa and South Africa, I want to tell you that as always, there is a personal interest that I have had, which led me to do my research on Indians in East Africa and South Africa. And, and that particular personal interest was that after I went to the US, I got involved in studying doing a PhD in African history. So sitting in front of you is somebody who sort of would be called fickle, from Indian history, graduate work in Indian history, to Chinese and Japanese history and language. And then when I got married and came to Washington, I said, why not? There's a whole continent out there that I had never studied. And I said, you know, it is really important to be broadly educated. So I applied for a PhD program, got a scholarship. I was still very newly married, got a Ford Foundation grant, and said goodbye to my husband, and took off on a field work to Africa. And some of the work I'm going to share with you, not all, but some of the work I'm going to share with you is based on my research in East Africa. And it really, in many ways, of course, I had to learn the language. So jumping then from Chinese to Swahili, and I got an advanced degree in Swahili, which I've now forgotten. But it helped me do field work in East Africa, where the predominant language is Swahili. Because our focus of this workshop is on women in diasporic literature and the migration to East Africa and South Africa, I want to draw first and foremost your attention to some books that may really be representative of this diasporic experiences of Indians in Africa, mostly in East Africa. Okay? And there are 3 books that come to mind. The first one is by, and it's very exciting, they're all women. Okay, or maybe we've chosen all women, I've chosen, but I'm not going to alienate the men here, so I am going to also bring in the men. But the first one is a book called Shards of Memory. Shards of Memory. And it is by a woman author called Parita Mukta. Parita Mukta. Okay, keep that in mind. She writes about the diasporic experience of her own family. So in many ways, it is autobiographical and semi-autobiographical. She's writing about 4 generations of her family who migrated from India to Kenya in East Africa, and she's talking about what their experiences were. The second book is by an author, a woman author, called Neera Kapoor Dromsen, Dromsen, and the title of the book is From Jhelum to Tana. Tana is a place in East Africa. From Jhelum to Tana, and it came out got published in 2007. And once again here, Neera Kapoor talks about her great-grandfather, not just grandfather, but her great-grandfather, who went from the northern part of India, a village in the northern part of India, and moved again to East Africa, to Tana. And she writes about, again, the alienation, the dislocation, the displacement, all the themes that we sort of touched upon yesterday. The third one sort of very fascinating to me is by a woman author called Yasmin Ali Bhai Brown. Okay, Yasmin Ali Bhai Brown, and it's called The Settler's Cookbook. Okay, and we will talk later on about why this is relevant. That when women, and I just want to throw this out right now, but that when women move to a new place and feel dislocated and disoriented and lonely with nostalgia for their family and familiar things of their home country, the thing that sustains you is food. Okay, and the food, cooking food, preparing food, sharing recipes has been generally the domain of women. Okay, and so the Settler's Cookbook is really an effort, an endeavor to talk about diasporic experiences, bringing in um, the the stories, the narratives, the poems, the frustrations, the joys, the alienation of women around when they are cooking and eating food. So it is called the Settler's Cookbook. And most autobiographical novels are just straight books. Now, this really, when I was reading about it, it really gave me inspiration because I'm very much into cooking and eating. And um, in East Africa, very little has been written about the wives and the daughters of the so-called Dukkhavala. Okay, Dukkhavala, some of you will pick it up right away. It comes from the word dukan, shop. And Vala is the keeper of the dukan. So in East Africa, many of the early Indians who went to East Africa were really shopkeepers. They were retail traders, petty traders. When the railway was being built, they had little shops to provide for the workers on the railway. And so they became well known as Dukkhavala. But in the discussion of the Dukkhavala, and there's a lot of discussion about the men or the Dukkhavala, the Indians who migrated to East Africa, the women, their women, the Indian women in East Africa, are pretty much invisible. They are completely marginalized. And this makes my blood boil, frankly, because where are the women in history? Why have they not been included in the writings? They played such a significant and vital role in all the diasporas, but why didn't books write about their lives? Why only about the men? The books often describe the hardship, the frugality, the entrepreneurial spirit, the business mentality and spirit of the Indian menfolk in East Africa in the 19th and earlier 20th century. But nowhere do we find references to women. Okay, they are totally gone missing. A lot of the books written about 19th century and 20th century East Africa identified the Indian Dukkhawalas, the shopkeepers, the retail traders, as willing accomplices to the British imperial projects. Okay, so they were lackeys of the British. They went as clerks, they went as traders, they went as merchants, they went as petty administrators, they went to work on the railways. Earlier, they went as indentured labor. And they clearly, and I'm not going to deny that they played a critical role in the opening up of East Africa. So they played a very vital role. Um, they also were absolutely essential to the introduction of the money economy in East Africa. So in East Africa, until the Indians went, the Dukkhawalas established themselves, it was a barter economy, an exchange of goods for goods, particularly in the countryside. It was our traders, the Indians, the Dukkhawalas, who actually introduced the money economy, a very important thing. They introduced the use of currency, which was again a major contribution. They were instrumental in the construction of what is referred to as the East African Railway, a railway that takes you from Kenya all the way to Uganda. So they played a very important role. But in all these accounts, where are the women? Totally missing, totally not there. I would like to suggest that here I'm challenging all the things I said yesterday, which is that a lot of the literature talks about the victimization of women in the diasporic experiences. But I want to suggest that women in East and South Africa, so South Africa is included, created their own spaces, okay, in the colonial system. Yes, they were victims of the rigid colonial hierarchy. There was a very strong hierarchical structure of the British. The British at the top, the merchants and Dukkhawalas and the Asian traders in the middle, and the poor Africans totally relegated to the bottom. And the Indians were somewhere in between. And so there was a hierarchy. But despite the colonial hierarchy, the women are able to carve out a place for themselves. Okay? They are able to create their own agency. So every time we talk about women in diaspora, we are interested in how do women establish their own agency, their own place, their own space in it is true that women had to grapple with all kinds of problems. Indian patriarchal societies, traditions, which of course went with the Indian merchants and traders, internal fragmentation, divisions within the Indian Society of Asians in East Africa, divisions based on gender, on caste, on class, and with the Africans on race also, and very much the rigid conservatism of the Indian community. You know, when I was in East Africa, I was very saddened. At one level, I'm so sympathetic. I consider myself an Indian, of Indian origin. But at the other level, I was very saddened because I could see that compared to we people in India, and compared also to women in the US that I was familiar with and the environment in which I was living, the Asian community in East Africa was deeply conservative. Okay, so their grandfathers may have, mainly in East Africa and South Africa, migrations took place first as indentured labor and then under colonial British rule as free laborers, as migrants. But 19th and 20th century, the second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century. But these people whose grandparents or parents, sometimes great-grandparents, and in the case of our women writers, who went so many years ago, they still remembered the India that they had left behind. And it was no longer the India of your and my experiences. So I was actually oftentimes very uncomfortable talking my mind, because this was a very deeply entrenched society. Now, what can we learn from that? One, that sometimes diasporic communities, men and women, if you are second generation, third generation, first generation, you've lived away from your home, you remember India that of which your grandparents told you stories and anecdotes and narratives. And that is no longer. India has moved on. India has progressed. India has advanced. You people are very advanced. They are stuck in time, totally crystallized as though nothing has changed. Okay? And for me, doing field work, and I share this because I'm hoping that some of you will do field work in maybe diasporic studies, if not in African continent. In field work, you have to deal with this problem of people you're working with. If they are migrants, several generation old, then they remember a country that is no longer even the reality. They remember what their grandparents left behind. And they are stuck in time, late 19th century and early 20th century, while you and I have moved on. So uh, you have to grapple with conservatism of that society. The women, as a result, in East and South Africa to begin with, had to lead very cloistered lives. Cloistered meaning very circumscribed lives. Very, you understand the word circumscribed? They are encircled and they are protected in the middle. Okay? The attempt is to protect them, but it's still nevertheless suffocating for a woman, okay? Because she's not allowed to be her own self. She's not feeling any empowerment. So the early migrants, Asian women, had to lead very cloistered and circumscribed lives. There was also, they are caught between two cultures. The British colonial masters, who are there, you know, they are the rulers. They are under them because we are still under British rule in the 19th and early part of the 20th century in India. And the majority of the population, the masses who are Africans. And the Africans too are portrayed in very negative terms, in very stereotyped terms. You know, this to me was one of the saddest things I discovered, that the British bought into this whole idea of the Africans being primitive and backward and um, sexually dangerous and so on and so forth. But sadly, the Asian migrant community also bought into it. So the Indian woman is stuck in the middle. You know, she's nowhere. I mean, um, the African males are depicted for them or to them as untrustworthy, cannot be trusted, they are dangerous, keep them at a distance, and sexually hungry. That means the Indian woman has to be protected at all times. The mother, the wife, the daughter, especially, the sister, because you can't trust the Africans no matter what, because they are going to take advantage. And this is a very suffocating situation to be in if you are in the middle. Okay? The British on one side, the Africans as a danger on the other side, no interracial mixing at all allowed. Absolutely not. So it takes away the freedom in terms of any possibilities, and therefore the woman is very cloistered. The only way she could interact with the Africans, and I'm always sad to say these because these are my people in the Asian community, is that they could have limited interaction with the servants. Because they are living in East Africa, they have enough servants. The poor Africans need the money, and the Indians are in the middle. They are business people. And Dukkawala wives and daughters who play a very important role in running their shops of their husbands or their fathers or their grandfathers are allowed to have only brief exchanges with the Africans, give and take in terms of business dealings, but keep them at a distance. They are dangerous people, okay? Um, no meaningful social interaction between the two whatsoever, either with the British, who are themselves very haughty and proud and consider Indians inferior, Asians inferior, and the Africans, who are seen as dangerous. And equally, the perception of the British and the Africans, the other two populations of East Africa and South Africa, see the Indians or the Asians as thrifty. Thrifty is a polite word. They see them as greedy, okay? Because they are business people, they're dukkawalas, they're trying to make money. They see them as cowards, as cowardly people, and very clannish. In other words, they only move about within their own caste, class, whatever. The latter may be somewhat true. Difficult, at least when I did my field work in 1972, I went to Africa to do my field work. I didn't know how I could do field work with the Asian community. I was actually doing my PhD dissertation on the Asian community in East Africa from 1850 to 1970. But whom was I going to interview? And did men, Indian, Asian men, were they going to trust me with information? Were the Africans going to trust me because they saw me as an Indian? And the British only marginally looking down upon Indians as inferior. I myself felt like a diasporic individual caught with neither here nor there. And I said, how am I going to do field work? How are they going to be honest and tell me what I want to know, particularly the Asian community, the men? And then there was, and I normally wouldn't even mention this, something uh, unusual that I would not have considered or recognized when I went out to do my field work, and that was my last name. My last name, which is my married name, is Bhatt, okay? And Bhatt from Gujarat are priests and teachers, okay? So my name, which I didn't want to take at all, I used my maiden name Mehta also, suddenly became for the first time the most advantageous thing for me, because when I went into the Asian community, they would say, oh, Purnima Bhatt cho tame. You are Purnima Bhatt. So you are a Brahmin. Never in my growing up years did I ever think of myself as a Brahmin or coming from a priestly caste. But this time around, I was going to take advantage. I wanted information, okay? And they were willing to confide in me, men and women, in ways that I could never have received the same information from them if I had been from another caste or class or whatever. But it gave me an advantage, and I said, thank you, God, for allowing me this name so that at least once in my lifetime it served as an absolute distinct advantage to me. Um, and so sometimes, when you do field work, you grab what you can, because what you want to do is to come out with a brilliant doctoral dissertation. You don't care how you get your information, what it takes, but, long hours of interviewing, long hours of whatever, lots of eating. I find that Aligarh is very generous and hospitable, lot of food, huh? The mithais are, every time she gives me, we have tea, there's a table full of food. I found that in Africa too. If I were going off to interview somebody, they said, "Ghare aavo." You understand what that means? Come home. I would go, already with my notes and pen and everything. And they said, "Chalo khaiye pehla, let's eat." And because the women are cooking, they are happy to see another person from India, a bhat, supposedly a priest who knows actually nothing about priesthood. But anyway, I got a lot of very good meals. And then I would say, I have to go to Tanzania. They would say, "Where are you going next?" After I did my field work in Kenya, because I was working on East Africa, I'd say, "I'm going to Tanzania." They said, "Where are you going to stay?" I said, "Of course, I have to find, I'm a student, I was on a scholarship. I mean, I'm not." I said, "Of course, I'll find some kind of a, in Nairobi, I was staying in a university hostel. So that was an advantage." I was saying, "Well, I'm a poor student. What else can I afford on a scholarship?" They said, "Na ben, no sister. तांजानिया में जाओ तो हमारू घर बीच पर छे तमे जाओ you go stay there we have 3 servants there they will cook for you." I never partook of their hospitality, but I have to say I should have been smarter because the hospitality was wonderful. It has a lot to do with the last name I was carrying. The Asian women did, despite all the problems, despite the fact that they were in between Europeans, British on one side, Africans on the other, Asians who were frozen in time in the 19th century, they nevertheless, the women found some empowerment and they've learned a certain amount of autonomy. It was very energizing for me to see that you rub these Indian women, not literally but otherwise. And there was a lot of strength there. And a lot of the strength came from the fact that the domain of the home was theirs, but they proudly took care of it. Children, they were the bearers of the Indian tradition. The men left it up to the women to continue the age-old Indian traditions from one generation to another, the stories, the religious traditions, the rituals, the prayers, the customs of marriage, the songs, the narratives, all of it was the woman is the bearer of that tradition. So to that extent, there's a lot of power you can exercise because you are the upholder of the religious tradition. And the women also had some power because while the men didn't recognize it, the men were out traveling a lot, buying and selling and getting goods and whatever along the East African railway construction. They left their women folk behind to run the shops. And the women learned economic independence. They learned how to run the shop. They learned how to bargain. They learned how to make profit. All of these lessons were very important and were empowering for the Asian women. So I'm hoping that you will, and I came away while I was saddened to see that they were still frozen in time to some extent compared to modern Indians. I was energized and happy and relieved to see that despite Indian patriarchy, despite their being frozen in town, despite there being an in-between culture, um, despite the fact that they all started out reasonably poor in order to make a living, the Indian women finally found their agency in East Africa. Okay, a little bit of time spent on, and I'll be happy then to respond to any questions. And I have to mention that, once you go and do field work, you are hooked for a lifetime. So be prepared that yours truly is going to come back to Aligarh, no matter what. With or without my husband, I'm with him, I hope someday. But because it is infectious. Once you go to a place and meet people, you see them smile, you think you've been able to communicate with them, you go back. And when I came back from my field work, quickly I wrote my doctoral dissertation. I had no problem getting my PhD and doing very well. Um, and the thesis was extremely good, in fact. But what was really important was that experience of understanding, learning, studying the diasporic community forever changed me. And Africa forever changed me. So that after that, Africa is in my blood, and every few years I want to go back to Africa. I try every conference I can, so I get invited and I can find my way there, or I drag my family there because I say, let's go see the animals, let's go see. I mean, it's not just the humans, it's a vast landscape of amazing nature, natural beauty, and animals, and you can get hooked to it. So I hope that some of you will someday travel, go on a safari, go travel to Kenya, to Tanzania, to Uganda. E- East Africa, before I moved to South Africa, has gone through very hard times. Um, in the 1970s, after I left, thankfully, you had, soon enough, you had changes in government and a dislike for the Asians, you know, the repetition of the same thing. Indians are thrifty, they are greedy, exploit the Africans, they look down upon the Africans, and eventually Indians had to leave, but mostly Uganda under Idi Amin, and you may have heard in 1972, um, um, they were expelled. 100,000 of them were expelled and they moved first to England, and then from there, some of them migrated to the United States and UK and Canada, and others to Australia, but USA and UK. And for them, it has been a constant move. Yeah? Finding a home in one place, living there for generations, and then being kicked out and having to leave suddenly, leaving everything behind. Nostalgia not only for India now, a double nostalgia for also the experiences in Africa and the happiness they got in Africa, and this feeling of being settled in Africa, the homes they built there, the friendships they cultivated, and now once again having to move to England and then sometimes to the USA and or Canada or whatever. So it's been a very tough ride. They've had multiple dislocations, and it's a very tragic history of migration and movements. But there is a resilience there. There is a strength there that comes out of facing challenges, of hardships. And this, of course, happened. Okay, Indian women's diaspora in South Africa. In many ways similar to our discussion of East Africa, the migrations of Indians to South Africa took place during the colonial rule, when India was ruled by the British colonizers. They were transported initially to South Africa as indentured labor. Okay? Short-term labor paid to work on construction of railways or construction projects or so on and so forth. The wives didn't accompany them initially, but later on, the wives joined the husbands or themselves started going later on as workers of some kind or the other. Once again, scholarship and literature and narratives describe the Indian women in South Africa, with the popular assumption being that Indian women were passive and stayed in the background. However, this is not the reality. You know, we really need both women writers and historians and researchers and sensitive men, researchers and writers, to unearth, to unravel to the histories of these women, forgotten women. because they've been completely marginalized, completely. Nobody writes the history of women, and therefore it is very important. So it was assumed that they were passive in South Africa, stayed in the background. However, many played an immensely prominent role um, and a leading role in the anti-apartheid movement. You understand what the apartheid movement? Apartheid was, of course, the movement against racism, against colonial racism, and color prejudices, racial prejudice. If they were bad in East Africa, they were absolutely tragic in South Africa. I mean, it is was amongst the most race conscious, racially divided societies. And it was assumed that women could have never played any role in that, particularly Asian women under Asian patriarchy who are passive. Then the interesting question is, what energized these women who have come oftentimes from not very educated backgrounds to South Africa and settled in South Africa? What motivated them? What inspired them? What energized them to become involved in the anti-apartheid movement and in political activism, which Indian women in South Africa are known for? Of course, the first is the obvious thing. Mahatma Gandhi goes to South Africa, and he spends many years there, and he starts a movement there. Before he even comes to India to help India gain its independence, he has gone to South Africa as a lawyer, as a young new lawyer, and horrified at the treatment of both the Indians and the Africans, at the rampant color prejudices, the hatred, the racism, the violence against these two communities. And Gandhi started, I mean, oftentimes people forget, but much of what he learned, which he brought to the independence movement of India, was actually lessons learned from South Africa. And so it is here that under Gandhi's inspiration, under Gandhi's leadership, women became politicized. Indian women and men in South Africa became politicized and joined the apartheid movement. So Gandhi gets a lot of credit for that. Now, in the post-Gandhi period, and Gandhi, of course, came back to India, I believe in, I want to say 1917, but don't quote me on this. I have to later on tell you an interesting anecdote about Gandhi and coming back from South Africa. If you ever visit my house, which is my family home in Ahmedabad, I will take you to my living room. Now nobody's there except myself when I go there. It's a lonely place filled with more than nostalgia and emotion. And on the walls, there's particularly a photograph, a huge photograph that I got enlarged and put there. And it is a photograph of a young woman looking very Indian, in her 30s, maybe late 20s, maybe mid 30s, who knows, can't tell, in a simple sari, head covered, but looking very powerful, okay? She was my grandmother, okay? Gandhi came to Ahmedabad and asked around. He was a young man, didn't know much about Indian politics, and he said, somebody explained to me what the problems and politics of India are. And they said there is this very idealistic couple in Ahmedabad, and the husband is a doctor, and a surgeon, of course an Indian, and the wife is a woman's education advocate who was, as it happens, the first woman to be educated in all of Gujarat in 1902. Okay, the single first woman ever to go to college. And in this photograph, she's sitting there looking like she is in control of everything. On one side is Mahatma Gandhi, who just come from South Africa, sitting there looking passive, looking shy, looking diffident, lacking confidence because he's just arrived, he knows nothing about India. And on the other side, a more confident Rabindranath Tagore, okay, the poet laureate. And the woman, in all three people who are sitting there, it is the woman who is powerful. And so that house, and I'm inviting you there, that house is a historical house because after that, both my grandparents left everything to join Gandhian movement. And Gandhi used to come back and forth, back and forth. I don't let anybody paint the walls. Gandhi may have touched them, and nobody's going to dare touch my house to remove anything that Gandhi had. So in some ways, this is, Gandhi's influence on women in South Africa. I want to mention, because it is only many examples, I want to, before I end up, and I'm cognizant of that one must always bear in time and also give you a chance to ask some questions. There were many, at least a handful of very capable Indian women in the anti-apartheid movement against white colonial rule in South Africa. People haven't written a history, and I keep on thinking, when am I going to be done with all this work so that I will spend, every book takes 10 years or 7 years or 8 years, and I have no life outside of my work. But someday I'm going to write only about women, and I'm going to begin with women, Indian women in South Africa and the struggle for independence. So let me give you just one example, one amongst other examples. There was a woman by the name of Amina. The name would be sort of, it's a Muslim name, I'm sure. And the last name I can't identify, it's Kachalia, Cachalia, Amina Kachalia. She was born in 1930, so she's much older than even I am. She was born in South Africa when it was still totally under colonial racist rule. 9th of 11 children. Okay, so you see that there's still some Indians are carrying on the tradition of many children. She was the 9th child of a family with 11 children. And she grew up shaped by, grew up in a mixed race suburb. So there were people of different races there in Johannesburg, okay, a very important city in South Africa. From a very early age, she became an activist. I'm hoping this will inspire some young women to get into politics. She became an activist because she could see the injustices around her, okay? She became an activist from an early age and joined the Transvaal is a place, Indian Congress Youth League. So she was still very young. She joined the Youth League of the Indian Congress and became eventually the founding member of the Women's Progressive Union in 1948, very early, much before even I was born. She becomes a founding member. She then joins the resistance movement. Under influence first of Gandhi, inspired by Gandhi, she joins the resistance of the anti-apartheid fighters who are mostly now South African blacks. Here's an Indian woman joining the ranks with the blacks to fight against white racism and white discrimination against non-whites, and joined the resistance movement and was so influential, was so powerfully, um, politically and powerfully assertive and important in the movement, that she was targeted by the British and had to hide underground for many years, had to go underground for many years. When under Nelson Mandela, as South Africa gained its independence, in the democratic elected government in 1994, Amina Kachalia was elected a member of the parliament for the African National Congress. Okay, she's representing now not Indians, she's representing all of Africa, the African National Congress. And this is an example of a politically empowered woman, a simple woman from an Indian background who becomes an activist, is inspired by Gandhi, is inspired by the anti-racist, anti-colonial movement, joins the African National Congress and to rise to become a representative of the African National Congress. And she totally identified with South Africa, the independent South Africa. So this is only one example. There are so many examples, success stories of Indian women. And it would be so wonderful. I don't believe there is any book that has been written, and you may beat me to it because I'm losing energy now, but these are the kinds of things. When you get into diasporic studies, there are always things to inspire you. Whether you are male or female, these are subjects of great inspiration. And I hope the future generation, which is you people, will really go on to do research, not just on diaspora, but focus on women in the diasporas, okay? Because I think they are terribly important. I think they are forgotten, they are marginalized, they are invisible, they've been left behind. And there is absolutely no reason. We will discover pearls in the sea when we start studying women's contributions. I believe we have about 10 minutes, right, Sadaf? How, or do I move into the next one? After 10 minutes? Okay. I've run out of steam. Um, are there any questions? Are there questions or comments about what I have said? Does it make sense for you in the quick summary that I have given you, for you to recognize that, yes, all the issues we brought up yesterday in the theoretical discussion, people, Indians must have felt alienation. Certainly, a great amount of dislocation in the process of relocating to a new continent, a new country, a new environment, a new home, finding themselves caught between the British and the Africans, both of them hating you, uh, you trusting neither the African nor the British for different reasons. One is dangerous, the other is your colonial master. And the women mostly being wives of shopkeepers. And yet, they look within themselves. There is something within themselves that they find the energy to come up to the surface and to become leaders, not just of women, but of men also. Not just of Asians in East Africa and South Africa, but of South Africans representing all South Africans in independent South Africa, black South Africa. So there is something very empowering even to think about their lives. And it would be very nice to. And I think there's a lot of potential. You know, I've not looked very carefully. We are doing literature here, and there are books written by Indians about the diasporic experiences. But I would love to see, uh, find out, and I think your generation will do this very effectively, as to whether there are in libraries, whether there are photographs of the early women who, in the Asian women who went to East Africa and South Africa. What do they look like? How did they dress? Were they conservatively dressed? What were their names? What did they have an occupation, or were they all wives of dukkhawalas? What other jobs did they do? Um, and you know, there are films there now. Films are coming out, and one of the things, and I hope Dr. Farid and the organizers of Future, if there is ever a Future workshop, will do this. It would be lovely to have the students and us take a little break, you know, 1 hour of hearing boring professors sometimes, or not so boring professors, and then 1 hour of movies, seeing movies that are actually about diasporic experiences. Okay, and there are many, many already Bollywood films that are dealing with diasporic experiences. Okay, Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, Kal Ho Na Ho. Okay, there are movies like that. So we need to, if we, I think you can learn if you have a good discussion group led by an instructor who has seen the films and thought about diasporic problems and challenges. I think it could be a vehicle and an exciting and interesting way of becoming familiar with diasporic experiences. As interesting as reading a book, and maybe perhaps even more interesting, because in reading you have to put the energy. In a film, you can just sit back with your feet up, and you can have your cold drink or tea, cup of chai, and you can look at a film and then have a meaningful discussion on what the film is telling you about all the issues we are going to discuss in the next 3-4 days, or in the last 1 day or something. Okay, 5 more minutes, at least 5-7 minutes to ask questions. I talk too much, so let's have you talk. Any questions? Anything that you were not clear about that I had said? Um, yeah. Let's have a tea break. I'm all for what Dr. Farid is saying. Oh my God. See, she feeds me so much, then I have no energy to teach. I have to come on a hungry stomach, otherwise I feel, Are Baba, this, it's not Asians in East Africa who are hospitable, it's my host who is very hospitable. When I get hungry in America, I know where to come to. Okay, please take a tea break. Enjoy yourself. Take a break, and I'm going to also stand up. Okay. I don't know how to. Well, I'm enjoying. Now I'm enjoying more. Help yourself. एक खाओ यार. मैं एक कम खाऊंगी तुम एक खा लो. She won't sneak on us. Thank you very much. This is good.
Yesterday, ma'am, I heard you. You were talking about the Palestine, but I did not hear you properly. I was sitting very far.
Are you from Palestine? My sympathy. I'm told if you have too much carbon dioxide or something. I don't know, where am I producing so much carbon dioxide that every love. Because I hate it when it's too loud also. Okay, tell me, um, do we move into the next session? I, yeah, I'm going to talk and then have her. I'm not going to. I'm ready when you are ready. The screen won't be clear otherwise, huh? At the end of it, then. What should we do at the end? No, ask. They'll be able to see. Other, otherwise, otherwise we'll do it at the end. Okay, arey yaar. Okay. And if, well, let them get an idea. When you want, tell me to start. Which, can we start now? Okay, we've got about an hour. I'm hoping to sort of round up a little early so that we still leave some time for questions. Okay, let's hope. Otherwise, come personally and let's have a private session, one-on-one with people. Okay, so let me see what the subject. I mean, what the exact title is. Um, mhm. So the next topic that I'm going to be dealing with is, this is not correct, is the di- African diaspora in India. So what I'm doing is now switching in not Indians in East Africa and South Africa, but Africans in India. Okay? Um, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the fact that there are anywhere from 50,000 to to 100,000 people of African descent living in India. Okay, 50,000 is the number that is generally given, but I suspect there are more. These are Africans who have migrated to India. And if at any point you can't hear, there's a lot of disturbance somewhere. These are, stop me or stop so we can do something. These are Africans who migrated to India over a period of more than 700 years. Okay? So generally, all the scholarship deals, all the scholarly materials, is there a lot of disturbance for them? Because if it's the mic, I can do away with the mic. Huh? दूर रखें? Otherwise, I can take out the mic. I have a very buland awaz, I can use it. Because there's a lot of disturbance for you. Is better? Okay, because that much, all the time, I don't know, the sound. Um, okay, is that clear? These people have migrated to India from the continent of Africa, as I said, over a period of more than 700 years. It is wrong to assume that all of them came to this country as slaves. It is a total misnomer to think that they came as slaves. Over these 700 years, the Africans came, of course there was slavery, particularly under the rulers. So they came as slaves. They also came as mercenaries. And you know what mercenaries are. They volunteer to fight in the army as soldiers. They came as sailors, okay? And on ships that are called dhau. This is the main way that people used to travel from India to Africa and Africa to India. It's a sailboat, and you can see examples of it in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and places like that. And they settled mainly in Gujarat, in Goa, in Karnataka, in Andhra Pradesh, in Sindh, and Pakistan. Okay? Now, why all those places? Why are the Africans over 700 years settling in Gujarat and Karnataka and Goa and so and so? So before we move to the next slide, I want you to see, this is from my book. It's my photograph, which is much better than what you see on the screen. This is a book that came out about 10 years ago. And what you see are Siddhi children in Ahmedabad. So I decided 10 years ago, my mother was unwell, and I was taking care of her. And I said, what am I going to do? Look after a sick. I loved her, but I was spending so much time getting depressed with her aging. She was in her 90s. I said, let me do something 1 hour away from the home. And I got into this project. There is a community of Africans in Ahmedabad which nobody knows about. Indians are also racist. It's in a place called Patthar Kua, and you understand the term, Patthar stone, Kua, well. And you can go all the way to Patthar Kua, and still you go and ask somebody, you go take a rickshaw and you go, and then you get down and you say, I want to find out where the Siddhis live. Nobody knows. The good Jews don't know because they don't bother to find out about the Africans. Okay, so this is, anyway, that's how I started doing my field work. And I was hooked. I could not give up. They became my friends. I would go back again and again to ask them questions. Always the women were the ones I enjoyed because they gave me information. I could sit and chat with them. And so this photograph was taken of the Siddhi children during one of my visits. last year when I went there, I often pay a social call to all my buddies there. Most of these girls, the one at the top, including the little girl with a lovely smile there, married with children. And I realized, oh, Baba, I am getting very, very old. I don't feel it, but I am an old lady because these children whom I knew as children are now. Okay, let's move on to the next one. It's taken in Patharkua, out. Just a Siddhi girl, beautiful. I am very enchanted by such big eyes and such wonderful expressions. Can we move to the next? Okay, now you will understand why um, uh, we have Siddhis living in, and I'm going to get up and show you. We have Gujarat there, Goa, Kutch, Punjab, Pakistan, and then you come down Ahmedabad, where Sachin, we'll talk about that. And wait a second. Yeah. And then there are Siddhis in Maldives. There are Siddhis actually in Sri Lanka, okay? And there are Siddhis in Pakistan and Sindh. So the reason you see them all along the west coast of Africa is because in a sea journey, 700 or 1,000 years ago, it was possible to move from the east coast of Africa. You see Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, Zanzibar. Okay? To travel in a dhow from east coast of Africa, you didn't need any sophisticated equipment. You just got into the dhow, and a few months later, after a fairly rocky journey on the seas, you arrived on the west coast of Africa, which is Gujarat and Goa, and that's why you find so many cities. Sometimes it is very important to understand the geography, because the geography explains to you things that other things don't. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, very quickly, this is what a dhau looks like. I'm not sure I would want to make a journey today in a dhau from Kenya, where I often go to Gujarat. Uh, but they are very sturdy, very beautiful, and they transported thousands. We are talking 100,000 people over a period of many years. Who are these Africans? How are they referred to? So depending on where they are found in India and South Asia, they are called by different names. In Gujarat, where they came, my state originally, though I never lived there until now, they are called Siddhis. Okay, Sidis, double D sometimes. In other places, they are called Shidis. Okay, but whether and negative names given sometimes to them is Habshi, okay, which actually I don't use too much because I think it is a derogatory term. But really, when you look at the origin of the word Habshi, it means that they are from Habash or Ethiopia. And that's where a lot of them came from. Okay. Now in Gujarat, they are referred to as Habshi in somewhat of negative way. So I prefer to use the word Siddhi. They are called Siddhi, Shiddi. And as I said, they moved. Now, because this is a workshop on diaspora, I want to draw your attention to the fact that these people are relocating from their homes wherever they were in East Africa to different places in western part of India. Huh? So what was today? Okay, we are back here. But please, let's have a lively discussion whenever she says tomorrow or whatever, whatever. Okay. I, I didn't know tutorial. Okay, we talked about where they are settled. Can we, so the next thing I want to talk about is that since we are focusing on migration and diasporic experiences, we want to talk about some key things applying them to the Africans who came to India, the Siddhis or the Shiddhis or the Siddhis or whatever. Um, we want to start off by talking in terms of assimilation and adaptation. So you want to bear these two key words in mind. Assimilation is the extent to which a migrant leaving behind their home and coming to a new land adapts themselves, fits themselves into the new culture, into the host country, and adopt certain customs, duties, religious beliefs, whatever it may be, and they are, in other words, becoming assimilated into the culture, the traditions of the host country. Okay? It's always, assimilation is always a partial thing. Okay? It is never total assimilation, but it is a very important thing. It is a form of adaptation, so you are able to fit in rather than stand out. Huh? And so how did these Africans over a period of 700 years assimilate into Indian culture? The one thing, because we are talking about language, that comes to mind is that linguistically, they assimilated into the languages that they found themselves in the environment. So the Siddhis who settled in Gujarat over a period of 700 years speak Gujarati. Okay? You would be surprised, but the Siddhis in Goa speak Portuguese, okay, because they assimilated into the mainstream culture. The Siddhis in Karnataka speak Kannada, okay. So basically, we are seeing a very successful adaptation, which is linguistic in nature. Wherever they settle down, be it Gujarat, be it Goa, be it Karnataka, be it Sindh. In Sindh, Pakistan, they speak Urdu. Okay? And this was a form of assimilating into the culture of the home country. So one form of assimilation is linguistic. I found this particularly useful to me, though I do speak Hindi, I understand some Urdu I used to, but because the Siddhis in Gujarat spoke Gujarati, it gave me an entryway, a doorway, by speaking their language, entering into their lives and speaking in their language, which is also happened to be my language, Gujarati. And that made it very much easier to become friends with them, to communicate with them, to win their trust, all of which is very important if you're going to work amongst a community. The other is dress. Okay, I don't know, I mean, I should know, but see, these came from the African continent, and they must have worn all kinds, manner of African clothes in their homeland or the country of their birth. But when they came to India, they borrowed the dress modes of India, where the region in which they were living. So in Ahmedabad, the Siddhis, who are mostly Muslim, who had converted to Islam, are wearing salwar and kurta. And it was very easy to sort of merge into that community wearing a salwar kurta and a chunni because they are there. So Siddhis are doing that in every place that they are finding themselves in. So dress can also be a form of adaptation, of assimilation. And the third, a little bit more difficult, is food. I did not eat many meals with the Siddhis, partly because I didn't, they are poor. and you don't want to partake of their hospitality. But they, when I asked them what do they eat for lunch, what do they eat for dinner, they said, "Ame tamara jem, we like you eat dal bhat, dal and rice, rotli shak, roti and sabzi, okay, which is pretty much what you see in much of India. And that's what they are eating. So they are assimilating whatever foods, African foods they had eaten there, they are now adapting to what the society in which they find themselves. All of these are important in some ways to fit in for diasporic people. It's very important. Um, the area in which, and to some extent, they also, and we'll talk about the complexities of this area, they also adopted the religious traditions and customs and habits and beliefs of the people with whom they found themselves. So in Gujarat, the Siddhis often do practice certain rituals which are inherently, traditionally Gujarati in nature. Huh? They are Muslims, so they are Gujarati Muslims, but they are practicing pretty much what the Gujarati Muslims in Gujarat do. So they are adapting to the religion. In Goa, which I didn't go to do my field work, a lot of the Siddhis became Christians, okay, became Catholics because the Portuguese influence. And in Karnataka, where they had found themselves, they became Hindus and they worship Hindu gods and goddesses and practice. So once again, you are seeing religious, dress, food, linguistic um, adaptation, and partial or whatever greater assimilation. To me, what was more interesting, and I'll get to that in a minute, the Siddhis, I have to mention that despite everything, in India, and I don't know about Pakistan, and I don't know about Sindh, and I can't speak for Maldives, but in India, the Siddhis, Africans, migrants in India, have been the subject of tremendous amount of silent discrimination and prejudice. I'm sad to say that, but it is reality, okay? Um, in Gujarati, and I will share this with you, and I'm always embarrassed to do that because I do come from Gujarat. Um, they refer to the Siddhis in Gujarati language as Kalia. You understand. Kalia means the black one. And I heard this term also in East Africa amongst the East African Asians when they referred to the Africans. There's an underlying strain of color prejudice that is deep rooted in India. And we can't get away from it. I don't think we should deny that it is there. We should confront it. We should challenge it. We should change it, but we can't deny it is there. And Indians are, when it comes to color, and one of my lectures on, I believe, the fourth or the fifth day, I'm getting totally lost now, is about the color prejudice in India, okay? Because I felt I needed to write a book on that because I was getting so agitated about the color prejudice of Indians and that. Yeah. But the Siddhis are victims of discrimination. If you take a rickshaw in Gujarat, anywhere, and you ask them and say, uh, do you know where the Siddhis are? They don't know. Do you know where the descendants of Africans are? They don't know. Nobody. They don't know or they don't want to know. They are the forgotten people in India. And, okay, they are the hidden ones. They live in Patthar Kua in Ahmedabad. Even Ahmedabadis who are local don't know where they are. I had to face a lot of dhakka before I could find their homes because nobody could guide me. I was walking. Nobody could tell me, go here, go left, go straight, and you will come to the homes of the cities. No, because they don't know. They are kept at a distance. So sadly, they are the subjects of, and word like Kaliache, clearly is a derogatory term. They are blacks, okay? If Indians suffered in East Africa and South Africa as victims of racism on the part of the British, they are practicing this on the Africans in India, and it probably should change. What interested me most about the Siddhis is cultural retention. Okay? And this is a very important part of any diaspora. How much of the culture of their mother country, in this case the continent of Africa, do these migrants bring with them? And over a period here of 700 to a nearly 1,000 years, how much have they really retained in this new homeland that they call India or Pakistan or Sindh or whatever? And this was of particular interest. Now here, it was really interesting. Unlike in Hinduism, it's a little different in Hinduism, the Siddhis worship saints, okay? Their primary form of worship is the worship of what they call saints. Their founder, to them, the founder of the Siddhi clan, of all, the ancestor of all the Siddhis, is a leader, um, teacher, a saint, whatever they believe a saint, called Baba Ghor, Ghor, Baba Ghor. And they venerate and revere Baba Ghor as their founding father. But what is most fascinating is that in addition to Baba Ghor being the object of reverence and veneration, Siddhi men and women, and children of course, also consider and as sacred and paid honor to and reverence to saints who are women. 4 of them at least, all sisters of Baba Ghor. And the most important one is somebody called Mai, M-A-I, Mishra. Okay, Mishra as in, you understand, M-I-S-H-R-A, and her 3 sisters. And Mai Mishra is paid tremendous amount of honor at all religious ceremonies and rituals. So one of the things that separates Siddhis from other communities in India is the equal veneration given to the founders, who are both men and women. And they are Baba Ghor and Mai Mishra and her sisters. And this is very important. There's a special, when the Siddhis dance, and it's wonderful dancing, they use rattles, okay, besides other, and they call the rattle itself Mai Mishra, okay, so the rattle itself is called Mishra, Mai Mishra, and the Siddhi music and dance, the dance is called Dhamal. Some of you may have heard of it. It's very okay. It's very energetic. Can we move on to the slide just to, okay, I'm not going to spend time on this, and this is very beautiful. You've got to come to Ahmedabad and I'll escort you on a trip here. It's a mosque, Siddhi Sayyad Ni Jali. Siddhi Sayyadni Mosque, a beautiful architectural building which stands in the middle of Ahmedabad, in the heart of Ahmedabad, and very intricate stonework. I apologize because of the lighting, but let's move on. You just have to believe me, and you can see a close-up of the one jali of the Siddhi Sayyad Mosque. And it's beautiful, intricately worked, stonework, and it is a monument of great pride for Ahmedabad. Can we move on? Another one, come here, and don't ask me to go up with you, Julta Minar. Okay, you go up climb up there. When I was younger, I could do it. Now I think I would start collapsing. You go up there and you move one of these pillars, okay? I'm not asking you to do it. I don't know how risky it is now. The, the, the other one will move. You can see it move. Tremendous architectural genius, built by, constructed by the Siddhis. Okay, a real monument in Ahmedabad, a real something that Ahmedabadis are very, very proud of. Okay, okay. Can we move? Can we move on? Okay. I want to point out that while slaves in the New World remained forgotten people in United States, in the Caribbeans, in the New World society, not so in India. The Africans in India were able to, not everybody, but able to rise from the position, the lowest position, sailor, slave, concubine, mercenary, and rise to the position of being rulers and sultans in India. So here you have a very interesting, you won't be able to see it, so you will trust me to, you see Jahangir, the Mughal ruler, he's standing on, sorry, very proudly standing on a globe, very symbolic. Jahangir is the ruler of the whole world. The entire world is under his suzerainty. And so the world of the ocean, the land, represented by a cow, which you can't see very clearly, both the oceans and the land are under Jahangir. He is trying to shoot at the head of an African. And the African he's trying to, and it is all imaginary. He didn't ever do it, but it was desire on his part to, to shoot, to kill and destroy Malik Ambar, who was an African, a Siddhi, who had risen to the very powerful position. So the fact that we have a painting showing, and see all the Christian whatever on the top, but the head there is Malik Ambar being portrayed as though only his head is shown. His eyes are looking up as though he's gone, he's dead anyway, and all imaginary on the part of Jahangir. He never managed to destroy the power of Malik Ambar. Let's move on, please. That's our man Malik Ambar. Okay? He was very, very powerful in Ahmednagar. And many of the Siddhis who rose to power they started off in lower positions and then because of capabilities, because of military strength, because of their intelligence, because of the trust that the local ruler or king placed in them, they were able to rise to positions to actually become the rulers themselves. And this is actually it's a very beautiful portrait of Malik Ambar, who ruled over Ahmednagar, the state of Ahmednagar. Okay, let's move on. Okay, another Siddhi ruler, you see, a lot of very elegant clothing. You can see the transparency, very much like in Hindu rulers, except that you look at his face, you look at his hands, and you know that he is an African. But he's risen to the highest ranks. Okay, let's move. Yet another Siddhi, okay? Proud, very well known in history, and you see with such arrogance and such proud. So this is what makes the Africans in India or the Siddhis in South Asia separates them from the Africans in the New World slavery. That New World slaves, it's taken how many years for President Obama to become president. And it was unprecedented. When I went to America, we couldn't dream that there would come a day when Obama, African man, and you know Obama's father was from Kenya, so he was half African, that African would rise to the position of the highest office in United States. And you know how the CDs responded to that. I was in Ahmedabad then during the elections, and I went to Patharkua, and the CDs were rejoicing. I mean, they were saying, he is our man, okay? They are taking total responsibility for Obama being African, which he was. He was half African. And they celebrated his victory with song and dance in ways that you would never imagine, because this was their man. Pride in the fact that Obama's ancestry was African. So this is, when people talk about the slave trade of the New World, I always remind my students, don't get stuck on thinking that slaves remain slaves. Slaves in other parts of the world rose to the top positions of government. They married into high families. A very good example, in the map I had shown you, there are two states in the western part of India called Janjira and Sachin. You can go to both of them, Sachin and Janjira. And in both of those, they claim to have African ancestry and have married into African families, okay? The only, with not just, they didn't always marry Africans, but they claim African ancestry. The king, the rulers now, the Nawab, no longer rulers, the Nawab of Sachin and Janjira. And you can still go there, western coast of India, in Gujarat, near Goa, and they, in Maharashtra, I suppose, and they claim African ancestry. And the only non royalty that the only other kind of marriages they contracted was with a noble family in India, all noble families, you know, Rajput families or daughters of Rajput families. So they rose to very high ranks and considered themselves the elite. Okay, so again here you are seeing some real major differences with the the CDs who write. Let's move and see some. Okay, Malik Ambar again. So proud, and look at his stance. He doesn't look like an African slave. He may have begun as whatever, a mercenary, but now he's in total control. Let's move. Okay. A CD on the left, one of the rulers. He's very, look at the dress, very trusted person talking to one of the rulers, and you have to read my book there. Let's move on just to give you an idea of the, again, this is a CD slave, but they too exercise some power in the state that they found themselves in. You can clearly see his features are African features. Okay, let's move on. Today, the CDs in Gujarat and probably Karnataka and probably Goa. Yes. Yes, of course. Most certainly. Okay, I'll do my best to answer that. My own feeling is that what the Siddhis have done in India, once they became diasporic Indians, is to combine the culinary talents of Africa or the specialties of Africa and assimilate that into the cuisine of India. So, Siddhis will eat Gujarati type of food, but retain, because they are Muslims, they are eating meat, they will also retain some of the African cuisine, traditions of African food. So I can only answer that very partially, that I don't know about food. I don't have much experience with Siddhis in Goa, but food remains still, even though they don't completely adopt Indian diet, cuisine, it remains the arena of women's activity. And you know, it is a site, it is a space for women to exert their solidarity. It is around cooking and feeding and eating that women feel empowered. Okay? And cuisine is very important. You know, food, you show your love through food. And so I don't know if I'm fully answering. We should talk a little bit more about that. But I think there was a tremendous amount of adaptation and assimilation in terms of cuisines of India, wherever they found themselves, and the African cuisine. Does that sort of answer? Yeah. Is that some? Does that answer something? Okay, okay. And we can come back to any, I'm just keeping track of, we still have time. So let me rush through and see if there's anything. Um, how are the Siddhis described in literature? Very little work has been done on Siddhis in India, in the local literature, literary genres of India. I'm really familiar only with that in Gujarat. And there are short stories. Many of them mention the Siddhis. Many of them also in the short stories refer to their bravery, their gutsiness, their courage, their valor. But there is also an underlying prejudice that you can read into, and I would imagine that is similar in all the others. And it is entirely true that no matter how many 100 years they have been, they are still outside of the Indian culture. They are still on the fringes of Indian culture. Okay? Yes. Okay. No, not in Karnataka. No, uh-huh. Mung- is Yellapur also in Karnataka? Yes. Okay, I'm familiar with Yellapur, huh? And now you know it's on your shoulder to go and study the Siddhis of Karnataka, huh? Of course. I'm Yes, yeah. No, I'm just going to prop you up. You are going to be the main person, huh? Of course, absolutely. You know, these are the kinds of things I want coming out of a workshop like this. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. That's very really it's worth studying. Yes, very good, very good. And that's why we need to do. But no, Indians don't bother to work on this, huh? Scholars would rather work on the British Empire or this or that. It's a neglected subject. Okay, are we running short now? Okay, should I wind up? Okay. Um, let me I want to really conclude, and we'll have enough time for discussion some other time, or off session or in session. Um, while the Siddhis have absorbed into the mainstream Indian culture in some ways, I want to suggest that in no way have they totally abandoned their African identities. You need to only go on Google and put in Siddhi Dhamal or Siddhi Goma, and you will see wonderful. Can we quickly I should quickly move. Others should be there. This is not Indians dancing. This is African doing their dhamal, okay? And you will see a lot of that. The last thing I want to mention, so that this is again what somebody should study, see the dance, for example. The last thing I, now I'm losing track of my time and everything, is that see the women have not remained quiet. They have not remained without power. So there are at least, I'm just going to pull 2 or 3 examples. The first woman in India to be a ranger in a forest with wild animals is a Siddhi woman, a young Siddhi girl, okay? Because in the Gir forest, and I don't know how many of you have gone to Gujarat, but otherwise go, Gir is well known for its lions, the wild lions, the largest population outside of Africa. And she is, this young girl was trained. She is the first woman ever to be a forest ranger. The other is a young Siddhi girl, and Siddhi girls are doing this way. There's a lot of training projects going on in athletics and sports in schools for Siddhi children, and at least a handful of Siddhi girls have made it to the top. So they are in national competitions. Not surprising, you know. When I went to Africa, people would always say the Africans have stamina and vitality and strength and energy. And if that is the case, genetically or whatever, then it stands to reason that if trained properly, an African girl or of African origin will have the same genetic makeup to make her into a brilliant sportswoman. And so you see wonderful examples of Siddhi girls now graduating from schools, going to college, getting scholarships because they are excellent sportsmen, and they are representing India not only in national competitions but in international competition. And this is a subject that is enormously exciting to study. Okay, are we done with this, or this is it? Okay, we can move on. See these. Anything else? Okay, we can move on. Oh, sometimes in paintings, Siddhi men were often shown as guards, or they held the weapons of the Raja. But you see, by simply looking at the color, you can identify this one Siddhi. Huh? The paintings are really, sometimes you just want to look at art. Okay, can we move on? No, let's move on. Once again, look at this young man here, the young man there, the young man with weapons, the hookah bearers, or whatever, weapon holders. I see at least 3 of them here, 1, 2, and 3 at the bottom. They were valuable to the rulers also. So it's a way of looking at paintings also. Why are they being neglected by art historians? It's a way to look at the paintings and say, hey, there are Siddhis here. And the last thing, do we have 2 minutes or no? Can we show them Kawandi or no? Okay, let's do that. The Siddhi women have taken up another thing that is economically supporting them. I'll show you that. I absolutely, particularly want women to see. If you ever see a Kawandi, get one for me. They, in order to gain economic independence, in order to be self-reliant, Siddhi women, old and young, are weaving, are engaging in making not carpets, but I don't know what they're called, daris. They're called Kawandi, Kawandi. And I'll show you the most beautiful example. Ever since I've been aspiring last 10 years to get a Kawandi for my self-collection, but not yet successful. And this is a way that they can make money. They're sitting at home, they have young children, they can't get out of the house until they are older, and they sit weaving together these daris or whatever with the most amazing colors. They are inspired maybe by the colors of the African continent which run in their blood, but they are doing beautiful work and also in the process now making money, so that Kawandis are being sought after in places around the world and fetching big time money. So we look at Kawandis next now. Okay, I'm now waiting for whoever. Thank you so much, Maisha. Huh? Thank you. Yeah. Is there time for question? Okay. Okay. I'm like you. I'm listening, taking orders from above.
Ma'am,
Above.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Question.
May I? So, ma'am, as we know that, Mahatma Gandhi led a movement in Africa
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
against racism. So, why couldn't he do anything for Siddhis, which were there in Gujarat?
Very good question. Gandhi is not there to answer it for me. I wish.
He's
But,
within you.
but I'm going to find out. You know, my sense is that he learned on the job also. So he comes back as a young lawyer. They can't hear me? Oh, yo. This thing is going to. If I hold it like this, can you hear me? I'm so sorry. I'm not used to it. I shout in my classroom, so they don't want me to use a mic at all. Is that okay for you? Okay. Sorry about that. Huh? So where were we? Now, see, I've lost my forgotten. Hmm? Okay, Gandhi. The question. I think Gandhi comes back as a young man and gets into the freedom struggle, learning on the job, like every other thing, you have to make choices. Okay, he believed that the first priority was to gain independence for all Indians, regardless of color, class, caste, whatever. Okay, the way he didn't distinguish between independence for upper caste versus lower caste or untouchables. I mean, he was a great one for fighting for untouchables. I think to some extent, I have to say, and not Gandhi, you can't blame Gandhi for color prejudice because he experienced color in South Africa. When he was moving about in a train, that was the first encounter with racism and colorism. But I think you can do only this much in a lifetime. When I meet Gandhi in the afterworld, I will ask him why he didn't do much for the Siddhis who are so close to my heart. But it's very true. If you ask the Siddhis, nobody has done anything for them. And I always dream, you can't get rich on my job, and I'm totally retired. But if I do get rich or my husband gets rich, I would do something for the Siddhis because they've given me much and I would like to give back something. Maybe establish schools for them. Maybe encourage them to go to college. Maybe encourage them to come to.
Your work can, influence the policy making vis-a-vis Siddhis in our
Nobody
country?
cares. I'm just an academic. Chodo. Now I'm a completely forgotten. I mean, do you think the politicians are reading books? If they were, they would be behaving better. They would be
Ma'am,
administering
but
better.
when we apply for certain projects, so they ask how your work can be, relevant for policy
Totally,
making and all.
totally. You should do that. Say that. You should say that you're doing work on the CDs or you're doing this work or something, and that you think there are neglected people. They are Indians. They've been here for 700 years, so they are Indians. But I think it's well worth it. They get they get forgotten in the ranks. I mean, it's other people who get the funding. So it is sad. It is very sad. And there is color prejudice, without any question, in India. Okay. Yes. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm totally uncomfortable with the
Good
mic.
evening, ma'am.
Good.
So I have this question that you talked about cities in Gujarat and how unknown they are to the Gujarati people. Similarly, in densely populated areas, nice societies in Gujarat, even Muslims are not populated there. Their societies accept, they're not a part of that society. So can you, because you're a Gujarati, can you speak about that complex society structures that are there in India and especially in Gujarat?
You mean the differences?
Yes, ma'am. Like cities are diasporic, like, but still Muslims are still the inhabitants of Gujarat.
Yeah.
But still the society, like in Gandhinagar, you don't see a trace of a Muslim person there. So I just wanted to know what are these complex society structures that create differences.
You know, I don't, it depends on what time period we are talking about. Right now, and I think if there's anybody from the government, I'll be hauled off to the prison. But right now is one of the worst times in India. Let me put it differently, politely. These are difficult times for Muslims in India, but specifically in Gujarat. Okay? There's been a lot of problems. Eh? And I think Indian society needs to overcome that. We have to stop. It is perfectly appropriate to follow your religious tradition. And but we need to teach our children to respect every religious tradition and honor them and not discriminate against them in any way. And I think we are very far from that either here or in other parts of the world. I mean, we are talking about poor Siddhis, but worse still, I mean, Siddhis came from Africa as diasporic people. A lot of my work some years ago was on the Native Americans of America. They were the first Americans. The white Europeans, the Anglo-Saxons came to America, took their lands, took their lives, learned from them, and then pushed them into the reservation. So in fact, at my college, I insisted, I said, why is there no course on Native American cultures? Why am I teaching African history and Indian history and Chinese history and Japanese history? Why don't you hire a trained person to teach Native Americans, and they are the first Americans? Without them, you wouldn't be all around. And they said, nobody will teach it. And I'm totally cheeky. I said, give me 1 year, give me leave, pay me to go to all the reservations, and I'll come back with a course on the cultures of Native America. And yes, and I was going to conclude by saying that that was the course that was the most popular at my college, the cultures of Native America. But nobody cares about them, right? I apologize. I've taken more time, but we have time tomorrow, and you can always talk to me informally. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure.